get out of the labs and use it and put it in CODIS until we retest it to certify the private lab work. So while we had been investing a lot of money into the private labs, we were caught by this federal government ruling that says, that's fine, use that, but that is only the basis from your work to use once you get a hit. So we've created a double backlog is what we have done. We can't fix that immediately by what we're doing today, but what we are doing today is first establishing with the hiring of these 26 people that we're going to continue the commitment to the Human Rights Watch, that we will reduce that backlog. We're going to go to Washington in March and lobby for the legislation that is being introduced that will remove that restriction at the FBI level and let us use those codes or certify those labs for us, which they should be doing, so that we can use that in CODIS and upload it and see if they'll get those matches, make those arrests, and close those cases. But in the meantime, we need to hire those people. We thought we had done that in the budget. We had not, because it was stopped at MHRC. This now fixes that problem. We have concurrence from the CAO. We will hire those people as fast as possible. We have a commitment from the police department to immediately put them as a priority on hiring and the background search that needs to be done, and we will go forward. Most importantly, and I think this is the important part of what we've established with this agreement, first with the police department and the CAO, is that these 26 people create the foundation for future crimes, that we will never have a backlog, not just in sexual assaults, but also we'll have a permanent staff on our resources to deal with homicides as well as any other case that may have DNA associated to the crime, including property crimes, violent crimes and property crimes. And so this is a giant step toward the future of resolving those cases using the highest, best technology available to clear up the backlog, for one, as we committed to do, and then on a go-forward basis to never have a backlog ever again, not just in sexual assaults, but also in homicides and other property crimes and violent crimes. So I think what we have before us today is the recommendation of the committee is a CAO, CLA recommendation that really solves the problem. The department is happy with that recommendation, and if anyone has any questions, the chief is here and others are here to answer those questions, but we need to move forward.
Praising her male colleagues for supporting the reduction of 7,500 rape kits, District 15 Council Member Janice Hahn has questions for the police department.
In this instance, as you've heard, it's really been my male colleagues who have championed this. It's been my male colleagues who brought it up in the first place and who show the exact same outrage that we as women feel about this horrendous crime. And this is basically about public safety, as was said. This is a crime, certainly against women, but at the core it is criminals that are out there that we have the evidence to convict them if only we would follow up on that. This is shockingly horrendous. This is one of those what the hell happened. It's very upsetting to me, I will tell you, colleagues, extremely upsetting. Of course we're going to vote for this unanimously today. We voted for it unanimously last time. And many of us felt and should feel that once we make such a strong statement here on the City Council as policymakers, that it's going to be carried out. So whatever loophole existed, you're assuring us that it is going to be complete. I'd like to have somebody here telling us that who was responsible, besides the press, for telling us that it wasn't being implemented. Was that the police department? Was that personnel? Who was responsible for coming back to us, or at least key members of the council, and saying, oh, by the way, this is not happening?
And joining us now is District 15 Council Member Janice Hahn. Ms. Hahn, as always, welcome to Council Week in Review.
Thank you. It's great to be on.
This week, of course, the Council approved unanimously the hiring of those 26 criminalists for the police department in order to reduce that rather substantial backlog of sexual assault kits. First of all, for possibly the majority of people who don't know, can you tell us what these kits are and what they're used for?
They're used for collecting DNA samples from victims of sexual assaults. And, they're used to, match DNA to help find the criminals who were involved in these crimes.
On the theory that sexual assaults, rapists, for example, generally leave behind some DNA evidence.
Exactly.
Good. Okay, now we understand that. Why is there a backlog of rape kits, and how many are we really talking about?
Well, everything that's not happening is due to lack of resources. It's everything is budget driven, and because of the budget situation, the positions of these criminologists were actually frozen. We have a hard hiring freeze in the city of LA to try to solve our budget problems. So we have about approximately 1,200 kits that are untested out of the 7,500 that we had at the end of 2008. So we've eliminated a lot of the backlog, but certainly not all of it, and we need to do that as quickly as possible.
It seems to me that the 26 or so positions we're talking about today were originally approved last year, were they not? They've now been voted on again. Why the need for the second vote?
Well, they were, and I think that really upset me, and I think it upset a lot of my colleagues on the city council. We're the policymakers in the city, and when we heard that there was a backlog, and we heard particularly from women's groups in Los Angeles, that this really was unacceptable, that, there is evidence somewhere that just needs to be tested and matched to someone who did these crimes. And these people could already be in jail. We could keep them in jail if we make this match. So we, as a policy body, we said, look, this is important to us. We want to budget the money for this. We want these 26 positions unfrozen. We want you to hire these criminologists, and we want them to begin going through the backlog of these kits so we can, put some criminals off the streets.
Well, you just mentioned the budget, and of course these are, I guess, crisis budgetary times. Current debate over layoffs in the city, even in the police and fire departments. Against that backlog, that backdrop, can we afford to hire more criminalists and would be able to hire 26 all at once?
Well, we can't hire them all at once, so we're going to, and for one thing, they can't be trained all at once. Apparently, LAPD has the capacity to train about 10 of them at a time to do this work. So we'll hire 10, by May or June of this year, and then we'll, just keep doing it until we get them hired. But, just to remind people, yeah, we have a budget problem, but, crime costs money. Murders cost money. For every murder in LA County, it costs the taxpayers $1.6 million. And we know that many times, the crime of rape goes along with other crimes. Sometimes we know it even ends in murder. So, this is a way to prevent crime, which will save the city money in the long run. So we made this decision. I think we can't afford not to hire these 26.
After they're all on board, how long before the backlog might be eliminated? And would we then be able to avoid future backlogs?
Well, we expect the primary backlog to be eliminated by July of this year. And I think if we can stay on top of it, then we will be able to avoid future backlogs. I think it's important to everybody. It's certainly important to our law enforcement officials. They want to make sure that they have the opportunity to test these kits and, again, try to either put some criminals behind bars or keep them there.
And finally, because you brought it up a moment ago, processing of rape kits, of course, also helps in solving and deterring other types of crimes as well. This could be a really big law enforcement tool.
Absolutely, absolutely. We know that, the DNA helps to solve tons of cases of different kinds of crime. So this is a huge tool to give law enforcement. It's really going to help them. Again, rape particularly is such a violent crime against women. We got to make sure that women out there can trust the city of Los Angeles to put everything we can in terms of resources to begin, making sure that we can solve these crimes.
District 15 Councilmember Janice Hahn, as always, thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review.
Thanks, Jack.
We mentioned that it was unanimous in the Public Safety Committee, and here's how it went on the council floor.
Thank you to everybody, and thank you to LAPD for moving that forward and for believing in this. The culture has absolutely changed 100%, and moving forward, we will have no backlog if we do this right and hire all those criminalists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. There are no further speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote?
11 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item. Forthwith, please.
And joining us now is Council President Eric Garcetti. Mr. Garcetti, welcome to Council Week in Review.
Great to be with you, Jack, as always.
We just spoke with Councilmember Hahn on this issue, and we want to get your take on how this happened, that approval to hire these criminalists had to be given twice.
Well, it shouldn't have happened, and I was very upset as the person who helped get this money last year to ensure that we not only got rid of the backlog of DNA testing for our rape kits, but that we didn't create a new backlog. We have a managed hiring committee, which is made up of folks who are representatives from the bureaucracies in the city, who now are reviewing all new positions, and we have a hard hiring freeze because of the difficult budget. But we always said that public safety was going to be job one, and that these would be exceptions. I mean, rape is the most horrible crime to survive, and for these survivors to be victimized by not having their rape kits tested in a timely manner, perhaps sometimes even the statute of limitations running out, is something that we cannot in good conscience do, even in the worst budget years. We have to have priorities, and this is one for me, and that's why it has to go forward.
The number to be hired, 10, 11, 26, I guess this would be staggered hiring. By the way, how much would it cost over a period of time to hire these people?
Well, we put $1.8 million for the 26 people into the budget, and what we did was unfreeze those 26 positions, which had been refrozen. And in doing so, I don't want to be locked into a number of 10 or 11. I think that the department should hire the maximum that they can, and I won't accept a number, that is the lowest estimate. And in the coming year, if they can't hire all 26, we have to get those folks in place, because every person underneath that number means that we are creating a new backlog, even as we're getting rid of the one that we built up over many years. That's unacceptable. That's not justice for any survivor, and that's not justice for our community.
Well, it built up at one time to, about 7,500 rape kits untested. Where does the backlog stand now, and when would staffing be in place to get it processed, for example, every month and keep up to date?
Well, the good news is the 7,500 DNA evidence kits that at the end of 2008 were waiting to be tested is now under 1,300. So the great majority of them have been tested, and that backlog has almost gone down to zero. Part of the motion that I put in gave some immediate funds, since we haven't staffed up, to outsource for 2 months and catch up the remainder that is out there, another at least 800 to 1,000 probably kits. We need to have all 26 criminalists, though, in place, I believe, to not create a new backlog in the future. That's why we arrived at that number. We worked closely with the police department, and it was absolutely unacceptable that some folks decided to kill that proposal in the quiet of night, without any heads up to the policymaking body, the city council, simply not move ahead. And the months that we've lost have meant that women and other rape survivors will just have to wait a couple extra months, and to me that is unacceptable.
Of course, the question about whether or not we can afford to hire more criminals, Ms. Hahn mentioned that there was training involved in all this, and this vote came in the same week when you were talking about laying off 1,000 Los Angeles city workers as it is. Possibly that might be a hiring pool?
Well, that would be great to be able to say, look, some of the people who would otherwise lose their jobs could come on and be criminalists, and certainly where people have some technical expertise and or interest, because, we do have lists that are ready, and that includes current city employees on those lists. I would love to save those jobs. With 1,000 layoffs, I hope that we don't have to do any of those, that we can look at budget-saving measures, that we can recognize that every one of those people has a family and has a home and places that they need to keep for our economy to get going. But if we could somehow solve the DNA rape kit problem and keep people working who have been in other departments, I think it would be a wonderful twofer.
Been using some private firms to analyze some of these kits, but I understand there may be some federal regulations slowing down the process. Is that right?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the federal regulations require us to really test them twice, or to process them twice, once to test it and then before we go to trial, retest them. And we're going to be in Washington, D.C. In March, and we're going to meet with the Department of Justice, who through ministerial action could probably get rid of that requirement right now. It seems to be something smart to do. Many of these rape kits will not necessarily be used in evidence in a court case, and if we can get moving forward any way to cut down that backlog because of this double requirement, that is something that will also help us get rid of this backlog and never create another one.
And briefly, before we let you go, you've been struggling with about a $400 million deficit for this year, and I think I heard you last week say it could be even considerably larger than that next year. Any light at the end of the tunnel?
Not a tremendous...
Hey, Hey, buddy.
Excuse me, sir. Ever hear of Navigate LA? How would you like to have access to maps, mailing lists, sewer connections, construction permits, neighborhood councils, and much more?
Sure.
Step right on in. Are you ready?
Sure, I guess.
Then welcome to Navigate LA.
Man.
By logging on to navigatela.lacity.org, you can have access to a wealth of information about your neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. Imagine having the ability to see the construction taking place in your neighborhood.
Wow. It's like really being there.
Navigate LA gives you the start and completion date, cost, and contractor involved.
Nice.
You can even get a permit for your own building repairs, such as replacing a water heater or reconstructing your own driveway. Now, you also have the ability to learn what current and future street projects are going on in your neighborhood. There's a powerful mapping program which allows you to find a particular address or parcel number and get reports on that parcel, including zoning. You can even see what flood zones are in your neighborhood.
Oh, hey, can I look up some secret information about my neighbor Joe?
No, only public information pertaining to parcel and zoning data. You can also look up the unique infrastructure feature of a neighborhood. Here, you can select specific areas and see what city facilities are in those areas, such as fire stations, parks, and much more. You can also locate council districts, including neighborhood councils.
Well, I gotta say, I am impressed.
But wait, there's more.
More?
You can select a specific area and let Navigate LA generate a mailing list for people living in that area. Just think of the possibilities, especially for neighborhood councils. They can generate a mailing list of people living in their neighborhood.
Wow. Is there more?
Ever wonder where the sewer lines are located?
Constantly.
Well, wonder no more. Navigate LA can provide you with locations and specifics.
Wow, I am completely sold. So where can I go buy Navigate LA?
Silly average Joe. It's a free service provided to you by the City of Los Angeles and the Bureau of Engineering.
Are we finished?
For more information, log on to navigatela.lacity.org.
Shiny and whimsical, Mylar balloons can really perk up a party. They look innocent, but can be dangerous. The law requires that helium-filled metallic balloons be sold with weights. The silvery coating is a conductor. The balloons can float into power lines where they can arc, shorting transformers, knocking lines down, causing power outages, or spark a power surge that can destroy home electronics. Last year in the state, Mylar balloons caused more than 600 blackouts. The TV you save could be your own.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
welcome to the Los Angeles City Hall Council Chambers. This is a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Tuesday, February the 2nd, 2010. The council meets 3 times per week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All meetings are open to the public, and for those who cannot make it to City Hall, our meetings are televised via cable on Channel 35 or can be viewed by visiting our website at www.lacity.org or council phone at 213-621-CITY. Mr. Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendale, Smith, Wesson-Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
And what is our first item of business?
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Wesson moves, Mr. Zine seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Hahn moves, Mr. Alarcon seconds.
Madam President, this is Tuesday, and there's the flag salute.
All right, Mr. Zine, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
All please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. And why don't we run through the agenda first before we take up public comment?
First items on the agenda, items 1 through 6, are street lighting districts, notice for public hearing. Council should continue the hearings and present the ordinances on February 23rd.
Okay, that'll be without objection.
Items 7 through 10 are street lighting district ordinances, notice for public hearing.
All right, open the roll on those items. Mr. Smith is here. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item.
Item 11 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
All right, no speakers in the queue on that? You want to open the roll on that? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item.
Items 12 through 18 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for
I
consideration.
believe we have a request from Mr. Garcetti on items 16, 17, and 18 to call those items special. Members, any other specials? All right, open the roll on the remaining items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 through 15.
13 ayes.
Okay, next item.
That would take council back to public comment of the items called special.
All right. We'll go to public comment. All right, Sean Murphy, you're our first speaker today.
Yes, good morning, Madam President, City Council. Take a look at these hard-working people. What's about to happen? I am against these closures. These people work hard every day to get a paycheck every day, and I'm against these closures, and I don't think it should be allowed. People been working for years now. Mr. President Obama, you need to come to L.A. to see what's going on here in Los Angeles. I am not going to stand by and watch my city get closed, all because of a deficit for these workers. They get a check every day. They depend on work, and I'm against these closures.
Mr. Richard Kearns. And following Mr. Kearns will be Dr. Clyde Williams.
Hey, good morning, President Perry, distinguished council members. My name is Richard Kearns. I'm a 58-year-old gay man with AIDS, living in Los Angeles for more than 20 years. I'm really excited because a week from Friday, we're going to be holding the HIV/AIDS Elder Summit and advocacy training, new media training, sponsored by Councilman Rosendahl, who's not here in the AIDS office. This is from their press release. It's going to be up at the top up on the 27th floor. We're going to be meeting up there. We're going to build a website from scratch. We're going to post video and text at the conference as well as film the breakdown sessions. We'll be down here meeting with everybody. I'm really looking forward to that opportunity. This is from Councilmember Rosendahl. This is a great opportunity for people living with HIV and AIDS to learn how to utilize the internet to communicate with each other in the world. This day-long training session will educate and empower individuals to use Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and other online sources to network and express themselves through the powerful medium of the internet. The internet extends our lives. The internet improves the quality of our lives. And recently, with this dramatic sort of redefinition of AIDS as an aging disease, this is going to be really important for survivors of AIDS to be able to stand up and speak to everybody. I'm hoping to have between 15 and 30 new community-based advocates out there on the internet. We tend to be a little reluctant to do it. Older, I don't like to buy stuff on the internet because I like to touch it, you know. But we need to learn. We need to get out there. We need to find our allies, and we need to express ourselves on the internet. So I'm really looking forward to this and meeting with all of you. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Dr. Williams, and then after Dr. Williams, we will go to Donna Pearman in Van Nuys.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Piecemealing, shell games, the pension. What's going to happen next year when the pension starts coming due, especially after all the layoffs and early retirements? Okay, there's also another one. The Board of Public Works approved the low-impact development process, which is the beginning of another shell game, which would have a price tag of around $500 million a year. That is approximately $500 per parcel for every parcel in the city of Los Angeles. Why did we get into the pension program fiasco? Why will we have to deal with the B word eventually? Because approvals of small projects now to get us on the railroad tracks to go over the cliff. It's easy to approve a small project now, but when it starts at $50 and within 10 years it will be at $500, that's somewhat like the pension program. A little bit now, but a lot more later. And do we have $500 per parcel for every parcel within the city of Los Angeles? How much do we have to pay for the pension program? How much do we have to pay for DWP? How much do we have to pay for solid waste? Oh, you just approved the public-private partnership for parking structures. How about for the Board of Public Works? How about for all of our other assets? When will we stop doing things by piecemeal? And thank you, Mr. Parks, for your duty all day yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Donna Pearman in Van Nuys.
Yeah. Hi. I want to say quickly birthday greetings to Councilman Garcetti on Thursday. Anyway, Marion Fogler couldn't make it down here. Hold it. Just let me get to my speech, okay? Okay. Number 16, I will. Okay. Marion Fogler couldn't make it down there. She has a bad headache due to that budget, meaning that ran long and late. She'll be back. What you didn't consider cutting at all was CRA. Artie Bernardi and Howard Watts foresaw the city would have a huge deficit. He was there in the 80s, and Artie Bernardi, and they went to the to the PAC meetings and the city council meetings. He would warned you about the CRA. He was surprised that Ms. Krikorian didn't ask cuts for the CRA. CRA has at least 34 project areas. We need to freeze our projects. It was a big cry when the state mentioned the cutback on the CRA. The city needs to do that. Think of the revenue we can get back to the general fund the CRA, the CDD, who let you expand with a business building and a time of deficit. How could you do this? You give deals to the redevelopers like the LA Live who double dip. You ask for city concessions, but you don't go after your beloved CRA, who indirectly owns the city council. Let's start first with finding how much money the CRA is taking from the general fund. Let's see if we have a deficit then. How can you ask cutbacks on essential services like fire, police, sanitation, inspectors of City Hall on furlough, even taking services for kids? You give money to non-essential services like the CRA. We have enough CRA projects that are already completed. We don't need no more, no concession to get your house in order. I give the city council, I think they're going to be
Thank you very much, Ms. Perriman. Appreciate it. Jimmy Francis is our next speaker. Jimmy Francis, and following Jimmy Francis will be Lina Carmina Estudio Mera. Okay.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Jimmy Francis. I work in the Urban Forestry Division, and we're a very important division. I work a emergency truck where we handle a lot of emergencies 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Our department can generate funds. I have told everybody I could, where the wood chips can generate biofuel, and you can sell it off to the refineries to make money, where it offsets the cost of fuel for the fleets for the city trucks. It's a good process. It's environmentally good. We have tons and tons of wood chips. Also, like I said about the Mercy situation, where we're a specialized field. We handle chainsaws, we handle Mercies where your trees falls down in the middle of the street, where we have to remove these trees for people to get by, to go to work in the morning or to commute, whatever they need, or a broken limb or the tree falls on a house. We're specialized in that field. We've been trained, and I think we're a valuable asset to the city. My brothers and sisters are here in support. Majority of the urban forestry people are here to support because the layoffs is not the answer, and I feel that we are very, very, very important to the city. And if you guys would please listen to some of the city workers' comments on far as how the city can generate funds, it'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Lina Carmina Estudio Mera.
Hello, I will be translating.
Go ahead.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Lina Carmina Estudillo Mera. Estoy aquí porque necesito que pongan el parque. Vengo del programa, ¿cómo se llama? Kiwa.
Hello, my name is Lydia, and I am here to talk about the Koreatown Park on Hobart.
Y entonces, por favor, quiero, porque vengo de un lugar muy pobre ahí en el este de Los Ángeles.
And as a resident of a low-income community being East LA,
y espero que los ayuden porque ahí estamos no muy bien.
and I ask for your help, and again, going back to the Hobart Park in Weston's district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jose Angel Garcia. Jose Angel Garcia. Following Mr. Garcia will be Jose Estrada. Is it Jose Estrada? Okay. Jose Angel Garcia.
Buenos días a todos. Estamos aquí para ver la situación de un parque, porque según eso hay una propuesta en la que ya quieren quitar esos fondos o no los quieren dar tocante a la proposición 84.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jose, and I'm here regarding a proposal about the parks. Apparently, they want you guys, the funding wants to be, they're thinking about removing the funding for the park.
Ustedes saben, todos aquí están enterados que los parques es para los niños y aún para nosotros.
All of you know and are aware that the parks are for the children and also for us.
Son espacios recreativos para que, habiendo mucha seguridad, no hay problema con pandillas. Ustedes lo saben. Eso es lo que tienen que entender.
There are spaces for recreation, there are safe places, and if we have this type of places, then there will be any space for gang members to gather. You need to understand that, please.
Bueno, espero y tomen en cuenta estas palabras que digo, porque no hay como tener parques en todas las áreas que ahorita están descuidadas para que no haya violencia.
I hope that you keep this in mind and take it into consideration, because there's nothing like having an area with parks, and if we don't have areas with parks, then they're going to be left alone, and that opens for dangerous activity. Thank you, that's all.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Jose Estrada. After Mr. Estrada will be Victoria Vergara.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es José Estrada. Yo estoy aquí porque quiero que se retome en la propuesta 84 la construcción del parque en Koreatown.
I am here because I want you to reconsider the proposal, number 84, and that's the reconstruction of the park in Koreatown.
Específicamente en el parque de Hobart y Wilshire.
Especially the park that's located in Hobart and Wilshire.
Porque consideramos que es una área que en verdad necesita áreas de recreación.
Because we feel that that's an area that truly needs a recreation area.
Y en verdad que necesitamos mucho en nuestras comunidades tener más parques para que nuestros hijos tengan lugares de recreación y tengan una mente sana y un cuerpo sano.
And we really need to have more parks in our communities. This way our children will have more areas to be physically active, and as such they will also be mentally healthy.
Esperamos pues que nuestra idea sea tomada en cuenta y que este proyecto sea una realidad. Muchas gracias.
And we hope that you consider our ideas and that this project does become a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Victoria Vergara. And following Ms. Vergara will be Jungwoo Nam. Jungwoo Nam.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Yo he venido aquí también, soy parte de la comunidad, también para apoyar este parque que está en la Hobart y la Wilshire.
I'm here, señora, un momento. I'm also here in support of the park. I'm a community resident and the park is located in Hobart and Wilshire.
Porque somos una comunidad pobre y la mayoría tenemos niños.
Because we're a low-income community and the majority of us have children.
Y necesitamos este parque para que los niños se recrean y no anden jugando en las calles, exponiéndose a peligros.
And we need this park so that the children have a place for recreation, and this way they will not be at risk of other dangers by playing on the streets.
Y también porque nuestra comunidad está sobrepoblada y necesitamos esos árboles para que nos den oxígeno.
And because since our community is overpopulated, we also need those trees so that we can have cleaner oxygen.
Y tengamos un buen ambiente con la frescura de los árboles.
And it would also provide a fresh climate with the trees.
Entonces, es muy necesario que tengamos este parque.
So it is very necessary for us to have this park.
porque en esta área no gozamos de muchos parques. Están demasiado lejos de nuestra comunidad.
Because this area unfortunately does not have a lot of parks. It's park poor, and a lot of the parks are very far from our community.
Entonces, esperamos que por favor pongan atención para estos niños y protegerlos de tanta violencia.
So we hope you pay attention and help us protect these children, protect them against all the violence.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Jung Woo Nam. Jung Woo Nam. Is Jung Woo Nam here? No? Oh, okay. Here.
He's here, sorry.
It's okay.
Hi, my name is Chang Woo Nam. I live in Normandy and Beverly in District Council District 13, and I work in 8th and Hobart in Council District 10. I am with the Koreatown Immigrant Workers Alliance. We're a very small organization, but we have a lot of workers and community members, and we have been attending a public parks meeting that the CRA has been putting on very publicly. I think we attended about 6 or 7 of those engagements, and we thought that the park in our area, which was going to be Hobart and 8th, Hobart and 7th, between Wilshire and 7th, that park was just on its way to being applied for a public funding from the state under the proposition, I think 84, but we found out on Wednesday through the Korean media that our park was taken off the list of the parks that was going to be applied for state funding, and we are mad as hell that happened, because it was a very public meetings that we went to, and there was no discussion of any opposition, and there was no nobody counseled us or asked us if we wanted that park, because there's some opposition that if we can weigh in on the park situation, and we don't understand why that happened. And we understand that that application would have brought some money into the city from the state, maybe $5 million or so, and we don't understand why it was dismissed. And I'm here to express my anger. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker will be Rebecca Ronquillo.
Hello, Rebecca Ronquillo, and I'm also with the Koreatown Immigrant Workers Alliance. And I'm also here on behalf of the Koreatown community. As you all know, a very low-income and very diverse community, immigrant community. And as my coworker expressed, we have been part of this planning for this park on 7th, on Hobart, in between 7th and Wilshire. And, you know, it's really saddening to see this all go to nothing. We would really appreciate if it's reconsidered and really take into mind that this community is composed of working, low-income people like myself, and we are there to make a living, contribute to society, but also be able to have these public spaces in order to come out and really, you know, how can I say, relax. As you all know, it is a residential area in part, but it's mostly apartment buildings. The overcrowding, because of the lack of affordable housing, which is a whole new conversation. There's not a lot of public space or green space for the community to go out and really have a space to relax in. There's really no green space. So we would really appreciate if the City Council would reconsider, and we would ask Herb Wesson to please put a little bit more of thinking into it and really opening up to the community and being more transparent and being more inclusive in terms of what we need in the community. And in this case, it's the park on 7th and Hobart in between Wilshire. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Velkas Dominguez. Velkas Dominguez. Velkas Dominguez. Dominguez not here. Felicia Ford.
Buenos días.
Wait. Who are you, sir?
¿Cómo se llama usted, señor?
What's your...
¿Cómo se llama?
Who are you?
¿Quién es usted?
Javier.
My name is Javier.
Javier Gutiérrez.
Javier Gutiérrez.
Velcas Dominguez?
¿Usted es el señor Domínguez?
What's your name? ¿Cómo se llama?
¿Cómo se llama?
Javier.
No, Javier, not you. No, Velcas Dominguez. If Velcas Dominguez is not here,
Si se encuentra el señor
then
Domínguez.
Felicia
pase.
Ford. Go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Felicia Ford, and I'm here to speak for women, men, young and old, elderly, disabled that have experienced the lack of improper medical care that has insufficient lower than standards. Excuse me, I'm trying to speak, and there's a lot of noise going in here, so may I start my time over?
Go ahead, ma'am. No, just
Thank
keep
you very
speaking.
much.
You're on television. Everyone's
I'm
listening
not
to
trying
you.
to be on television. I am Felicia Ford, and I'm here to speak for women, men, young and old, elderly and disabled that have experienced the lack of improper care and insufficient and lower than standards of detrimental, even life-threatening, up to death by some doctors and nurses and staff here of medical industry in this state, all behind greed. These detrimental acts have intentionally caused patients to be over-medicated, procedures performed inadequately and not needed, just to name a few. You have padded your bills and defrauded the insurance companies, Medicare, Medi-Cal, private insurance, HMOs, out of millions and billions of dollars. All for greed because of your wealth of lifestyles with your cars and your homes, which has caused irreparable harm to patients and their loved ones and my family member. Cedars-Sinai Hospital, I come to address you personally behind my 84-year-old aunt, insurance that you billed $500,000 less than 3 weeks of being in your hospital, and you dumped her in a facility of a long-term care without my authorization and had me scramble in a panic looking for her. All because I wouldn't switch her insurance to Medicare and Medicare. But little did you know, I had switched her insurance to a private insurance that she could choose wherever she
Thank you,
needed to
ma'am.
go.
Thank you. Anna
I will come back and address
Olmedo.
it.
Anna Olmedo. Anna Olmedo.
Sí, buenos días, mi nombre es Ana Olmedo.
Can you get a translator?
Good morning. My name is Ana Olmedo.
Go ahead.
La razón que me encuentro aquí presente es porque vengo apoyando el parque que está en la Wilshire y Hobart.
The reason why I'm here today is because I'm here in support of the park that's located on Wilshire and Hobart.
Me gustaría que este parque lo pusieran en la proposición 84 porque para que los niños no tengan pensamientos diferentes, para que ellos se distraigan.
I would like this park be included once again under the Proposition 84's funding. This way the children can go and have fun there and not have wrong thoughts of other activities.
Bueno, esto es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Consuelo Aguilar. Consuelo Aguilar.
Mi nombre es Consuelo. Estoy aquí para hacer un llamado que lo del parque regrese a la proposición 84.
My name is Consuelo. I'm here
soy madre de
un
dos
momento,
hijos.
señora, un momento. My name is Consuelo. I'm here to ask you to consider the funding under Proposal 84 for the park that's on Hobart and Wilshire, that was going to be in Hobart and Wilshire.
Soy madre de dos hijos pequeños y no me gustaría que mis hijas fueran a recrearse en un lugar lejano donde yo no los esté vigilando.
I have two small children, and I would not like for my daughters to go for recreation activities to an area that's far away from where we live and where I am not able to supervise them directly.
Para nosotros, los más sencillos, los más humildes, es importante los parques.
For us, more lower income and humble people, parks are very important.
Porque tenemos un lugar donde recrearnos por las tardes o por las mañanas.
Because we will have a place where we can go for recreation and where to relax in the afternoons and maybe in the mornings also.
pido el apoyo a todos ustedes para que se haga este proyecto y no lo quiten como está hasta ahorita.
And therefore, I ask for your support, all of your support, so that this park can be included once again in the list, and it will not be eliminated the way it's been eliminated up to now.
Como les digo, nosotros no nos podemos dar el lujo de pagar un lugar en Beverly Hills o en una área zona rica donde no tenemos la comodidad de ir a recrearnos a una ciudad.
As I said once before, we don't have the luxury to go to big luxurious places like in Beverly Hills and areas like that. We don't have the luxury in our community to do that.
Gracias. Thank you. Javier Gutierrez. Javier.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Javier Gutiérrez.
Good morning, my name is Javier Gutierrez.
Y vengo del barrio coreano, de la comunidad barrio coreano.
I am here, I come from the Korean neighborhood.
Y vengo a hablar sobre lo del parque que creo que lo quieren anular y pues...
And I'm here to talk about the park. I believe that that park is being thought of, they're thinking about eliminating it from the list.
Y pues les pido a todos ustedes que tomen muy en cuenta este proyecto.
And I ask all of you to please really consider this project.
Porque hay muchos niños que, como yo que vivo en el barrio coreano, hay niños que andan jugando en la calle y es un peligro para las familias.
I live in Koreatown and I often see a lot of children playing on the streets, and that's something very dangerous for the families.
Y pues en el barrio coreano hay muchas viviendas, pero no hay parques donde uno pueda salir a distraerse o salir con sus familias.
In Koreatown there's a lot of housing, but unfortunately we don't have any parks or recreational areas where we can go out for recreational purposes or just to go out with our families.
Y los que hay nos quedan muy retirados y como somos familias pobres, en veces es mucho peligro salir con nuestras familias retiradas.
And there are parks, but they're very far away from where we live, and since we're low-income families, well, it's very dangerous and costly to go that far with our families.
Y por eso les pido de favor que tomen muy en cuenta este proyecto, porque no por todos, por nuestros niños y por nuestras familias, por donde nos podemos reunir como familias.
And I really ask you to please reconsider this project so that it can benefit all of us, not just the children, but all of us as family, where we can meet and have recreational activities.
Bueno, y es todo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Zuma Dog.
Yes, I can't tell if that applause was for me or for him. Could we have a clarification from the city attorney?
It's probably for me, Zuma Dog.
Yes. Now, I'd like to say to all these people that say the city has to keep going bankrupt over parks. First of all, this is an urban city, not the country. Go move to Agora Hills. There's plenty of park space in this city, and I wonder if anybody that's complaining about the park space has read the budget. So let me point it out and make it very clear for the people of the city of Los Angeles. It's way worse than you think. I watched yesterday's Budget and Finance Committee meeting that was here until after 12 midnight, and I'm more convinced than ever the city will be going bankrupt. They will have no choice. If not this year, then next year. So I think that the city should declare bankruptcy now so that they don't sell up all the assets long term, so you don't fire thousands of people, so you don't botch up the city, and so that we can preserve some public safety. But you're not going to do that because your politician's running for higher office. So you're going to risk public safety, you're going to sell off the city, you're going to fire thousands of people, and you're going to make it way worse just over your egos. Thank you. Now the reserve fund, it's going to be dangerously low, and to summarize the plan that the city has, the CAO said, and everybody here, it's very risky. It's overly risky. It is so risky that if there's one wrong calculation, or if the revenues come in 1 cent too less, well, the whole thing falls apart. And so my number one fear and concern in the short time I have left, the number one fear and concern, pension money that is still overly invested, risky in Wall Street, and I'm here to confirm that if Wall Street goes down, the city is beyond bankrupt. It just falls into a big black hole. So get that damn pension money out of Wall Street!
Goodbye. Thank you.
Noel Weiss.
Council members, good morning. Every new council member is entitled to a mulligan. What happened on Friday and by the way, Ben Resnick and I don't necessarily agree on a lot of things, but on this we did. What Mr. Krikorian did vis-a-vis this Magnolia project on his 245 was wrong. I think the public is entitled to a fair hearing before the City Council with procedural due process. That was denied. Mr. Krikorian introduced his motion, a 245 motion, based upon economic feasibility. The need for an economic feasibility. We have a planning department that's basically gone rogue. He backed away from that and instead basically had the council on consent approve the 245 based upon what I would consider to be a phony traffic analysis, because in the end what's going to happen, and this is a project and this is a property the City Council needs to understand. This is a property that's in foreclosure. This is a property where the developer has taken it back, or the bank has taken it back. The bank that took it back, First Regional Bank, is now itself taken over by the FDIC. That means that this $6 million loan is basically going to turn out to be purchased 20 or 30 cents on the dollar by some speculator. Meanwhile, we got an SB 1818 overlay overhanging this Valley Village community. It is not right. We are in a position to basically deliver affordable housing, and it will be a great even TOPA project. But there is no reason anymore to have an SB 1818 overlay that doubles from 78 to 146 units when it's not necessary. We need to have this council hear these issues. It's a very rare circumstance. You're busy people. You've got a lot going on. And it's really very important. And by the way, this is another reason for a proper CEQA process. Because if we had a proper CEQA process, this would never have occurred. So going forward, I don't think the matter is going to be reconsidered. It may or may not. That'll be up to Mr. Krikorian. But the bottom line is, going forward, I've got materials. I'm going to give them to you. I don't have copies today, but I'm going to follow up.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Weiss.
you very much.
Michael, carry on. Carry on.
Thank you. As I look around, Mr. Reyes is not here. Oh, he came back. How many times does one have to come here to get through to a council member that he has property in his district that is disgusting? It is rat infested. I've come here over and over, and as your employee who's sitting here stated, they're going to make it a lot better than they were. When? After you're bankrupt? For everybody who's sitting here as a city employee, look at all these council members and see who's paying attention to your needs. None of them. They don't care? It's your job, not theirs. What they care about you is their coffee hot? Did somebody bring the Danishes? They don't care about your jobs. I come here and I ask the city council because I cannot ask Mr. Reyes personally about cleaning some property in his district. He sits there with a smirk on his face and he avoids it. I call that a coward. He allows people in his community to live in rat-infested property that's owned by the city, that was marked 3.5 months ago, almost 4 months ago, to be cleaned. But because he wasn't asked politely by someone in a dress, he's upset. Now he won't clean it. I come here over and over and over, okay? And now the president wants to start a conversation with him. Wow, how tacky that is. But anyways, I made this comment before and I'll make it again. I'm not going anywhere until that property's clean. If you enjoy these comments, then they're going to keep coming until you leave office. Because this property belongs to the city and you rent it out. So that makes you a slumlord. And I pray to God that the rats infest your house.
Phyllis Doherty. Mr. Reyes for a response. Mr. Reyes.
Colleagues, America is great. It allows people to speak, whether it's nonsense, whether it's misinformation. It's great to have that right. So God bless America. The fact is, those properties have been cleaned. I have pictures to prove it. But if this gentleman, who I'm convinced is confused and full of rage, he's welcome to come here every day as he pleases. And I will sit here and I will smile and I will listen to you. But I know my staff works hard. I know they endure abuse. They endure insults. They endure the type of behavior that this gentleman displays day in and day out when we meet. And that is the nature of our role, to listen, to understand, and respond, no matter how one individual feels. So I give a lot of credit to my staff. They work hard. Those properties are cleaned. They're not rat infested. We're waiting for the structures to be bulldozed and taken down, because we're going to improve a corridor that's very dangerous for the community. I'm going to take down that bridge. So,
thank you, Mr. Reyes. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes,
one last point.
Go ahead, Mr. Reyes. Conclude.
I thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Phyllis Doherty.
Phyllis Doherty with the Animal Issues Movement. Last Friday, you had a very long presentation regarding African American History Month. And the one thing that wasn't mentioned was Dr. Martin Luther King's comments about animals. And I think it's important to include that. He said, never, never be afraid to do what's right, especially if the well-being of a person or animal is at stake. Society's punishments are small compared to the wounds we inflict on our soul when we look the other way. I think it's important for animals that we remember this, that we remember the people that care for them, and that's why we're here today for the Department of Animal Services. These are the people that never look the other way. But also all of these people that are here today are asking you to look at their well-being, at the well-being of the city, not just at the money. In the meantime, the city is spending probably $500,000 to recruit a new general manager for the Department of Animal Services, who will make over $200,000 a year at top salary. That's not burdened. We are asking only for someone that has a California driver's license. That is the only requirement. No mention of humane sheltering practices or the care of animals or the care of people and the employees. In the meantime, we're talking about taking away people's jobs all over the city. For Animal Services, we have never opened the Northeast Animal Shelter, and yet we're talking about hiring another manager when we already have 2 assistant general managers that make that same amount of money. For that one salary alone, we could retain 5 of the people who really do the work in our shelters. So I'm asking you to remember what Martin Luther King said, that when we look the other way when it comes to the well-being of people or animals, it is our soul upon which we inflict the punishment.
Sergeant at Arms, you need to quiet the chambers. There is too much conversation taking place. So if they want to have conversation, they can do it outside of the chambers. It's not yet your turn, Mr. Matt Dowd. Alan Speck? Pesh? Alan? All right. You're up, Alan.
My name's Alan Peshek. I've been with the Department of General Services for 15 years. I work at the Piper Tech Distribution Center. My job entails ordering the auto parts stocked by the Distribution Center for LAPD, also the lamps and ballasts used in the Merrill Project for the retrofitting. On behalf of the entire staff which I represent, wait a minute. After layoffs, I may be the entire staff. Layoffs are not the way. There are alternate ways. We all knew this was coming back in 2007 when we were bargaining our contract. The mayor, council, CAO, we all knew. No one did anything. This is where we're at today. You want to balance the general fund? Stop paying LAPD's lawsuits out of the general fund.
We're tired of everything being footed on our backs. We're not pawns to be swept under the rug and out the door. We're real people. We are LA. That's right. James Peoples. And that'll be our last speaker before Matt Dowd.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is James Peoples. I'm a gardener for the city and union shop steward with SEIU Local 721. I represent the workers in urban forestry, mostly the landscape section, and if urban forestry's landscape in particular is considered to have the lowest priority as opposed to other departments, then it's because the services of gardeners and the tree surgeons are usually taken for granted. If budget cuts have become mandatory, they should have revolved around cuts such as inventory, such as materials, equipment, real estate, and so forth, rather than jobs of those who perform the actual labor and the hard work of our sections. Thank you.
Matt Dowd, our final public speaker this morning. Matt Dowd.
All right, thank you. Yes, and I just want to say I'm not going to talk about Venice after this final comment today for at least 30 days. I'll give you time to do what the court said, which was get Mike Claessens in here, and they said they don't want to deal with it. Just drop the appeals and move forward. I'm ready to do that. Moving forward with the budget, I want to talk about Wall Street now too, because if you lost a bunch, I'll tell you a couple of ways you can probably make some back. You've got to look at companies to invest in that don't have debt. And one of them is Visa, because they don't control all the debt, they only process all the transactions all over the world. Hands up anybody who doesn't have a Visa. So there's money ticking over in that company every day. They just announced a $1 billion share buyback over the next 12 months. So they're buying their shares back. So invest in that one, even the public, if you're out there. And in honor of transparency, I'm invested in them because I believe that's a revenue stream. They've got growth. So there's one. And the other one, and a more speculative one, is Nokia, because even though BlackBerry and Apple have got the handset market, they're using Nokia technology, and Nokia realized it, and they're suing them for it. So Apple and BlackBerry, everyone's going to be paying Nokia royalties. They're only trading at like $14 a share right now, and they're going to go to $20 over the next few months. So if you need some, your commissioners, there's two good ones for the people out there too. They're going forward. The stock market's going to keep going up as long as the federal government gives Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs free money to invest. And they're giving them free money right now. The Treasury bonds, they're just giving money away to the big financial companies. Until they raise interest rates, the stock market's good.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Mr. Clerk, there's a request for number 17.
That was called special for cards.
Number 17 for cards. Dr. Clyde Williams. Number 17, Dr. Williams. Mr. Garcetti, public comment first. There you go. Okay. Dr. Williams.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno Northeast. Is this part of the parking assets? Is this the initial phrase of going in and selling off all of the city-owned garages? Is this part of item 11? So what are we going to sell next? This is the problem. After we sell everything, what's going to be left? We don't have much in the way of solid waste resources left because they're all been privatized, except for a residual, probably that which no public-private partnership would want. So why don't we just start a whole list of everything that needs to be sold and put it out for proposals? Would be nice to see the draft proposal before it comes to council. So I highly recommend that you continue this particular item and give people a time to see what it really is, rather than 2 to 3 days over the weekend. Thank you.
Zuma Dog.
All right, here we go, y'all. They want to take the parking and lease it to some other operators. Now, here's why it might make some sense to do this. First of all, we need to filter everything through a new mindset that we're in a new economic era and we can no longer afford the luxuries and we can no longer afford to be the world-class city and have it all, great taste and less filling. We have to make concessions. So regarding the parking, of course, who wants to give away, revenue and an asset like that? However, the City of LA municipality is not necessarily a good operator. It's not the most efficient operator for these parking structures. And if there's a lot of if you turn it over to a private operator, it will be able to become much more efficient, and you may produce more revenue as a result of that. Now, something to consider is that, okay, we're not even going to be talking about selling them. None of the council members will go for that. So we're talking about leasing them to another operator. Now, it hasn't been discerned as to whether it's going to be a lump sum or a revenue sharing or mixture. First of all, anything that we take as a lump sum up front, it's just going to be going into the reserve fund, which is just going to get drained to fill the budget deficit anyway. And so, again, we're going to be here next year, guaranteed bankruptcy. So I don't think you should take an asset like this and give it away for sure. And I don't even think you should, you know what? Uncle, City Council has to cry uncle. There's no way out. There's no way out. You're going to have to fire thousands of people, sell off assets, plug up a hole one time. You're going to make the city unsafe to operate. Then we're going to be here next year, and you're not even going to have the option of bankruptcy. It's going to bankruptcy this year and next year. Let's just get to it right now, because that way you can save all these people from getting fired, all these lives from being destroyed, all the services from being crushed. This city is being decimated.
Donna Pearman in the Valley.
Yeah. Hi. I think all this, we wouldn't have to be doing this with the garages if we went to the proper place and took care of the CRA and all their projects. It seems like we want to make it difficult for people who are going to be parking by leasing them, and probably the prices are going to go really up. And I agree with all those other things that these other people are saying, that this probably is not the answer to our problems. So, that's all. Okay, thank you.
That was, okay. Number 17, Ms. Perry. Followed by Mr. Garcetti. You want to go first?
Yeah, Mr. Garcetti should go first.
Mr. Garcetti, then Ms. Perry, then Mr. LaBonge.
Colleagues, first of all, let me always start by thanking our city employees that are here. First and foremost, you are LA. Those of us who work for the city every single day, we know the work that you do, we know the time that you've taken off right now to be here, and we appreciate that. And every single Tuesday and Wednesday, I was mentioning to your colleague, every Tuesday and Wednesday we're pushing all other council business aside to just exclusively deal with the budget. There are members of the budget committee that were here till midnight last night. They get double duty to come back here. But the best ideas in this city always come from the workers, from the employees, from the rank and file. And where you have those ideas, keep coming. You might not all be able to come always, but keep coming, like hearing about the wood chips being able to be converted into biofuel to fuel our own vehicles. Makes sense for the environment, makes sense for saving jobs, makes sense for our operations. Keep those ideas coming, because every Tuesday and Wednesday we are bypassing, even in many cases, our committee hearings to go straight here and to pass those things as quickly as possible. And every single thing that we can do saves another job. And I'm committed to doing that together with our unions, this council is as well, and most importantly with our employees as well. So let me start by thanking you for being here and encourage you to continue to be here. This is an open conversation. This is not backroom deals. The decisions we make, the nice thing about a democracy is people can see their elected representatives. They can yell at them. They can praise them. They can say what they're doing good. They can say what they're doing bad. They can say about the things they haven't thought of, and they can give their opinions about the things that they're hearing. And we need you to be here to make this process work. We have 3 motions that are here today that is the beginning of this process, colleagues, of having these meetings on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and grinding out what we need to do. We have 2 challenges. We have the challenge of balancing this year's budget and the $200 million further shortfall. And to give people perspective, the last time we had double-digit drops in our revenues because of the economy, not because of our internal management. This is what comes to us to spend. 4 quarters in a row was the Great Depression. So each quarter, the news is not getting better. The economy is getting a little bit better out there, a little bit, but we're about a year behind that because our revenues lag. We get last year's revenues after about a year, and that's why we're in this situation where we are right now. Because of that, we have to close the $200 million deficit for this year. Then we're looking at a $1.8 billion deficit for the next 3 years, about $600 million a year. And that assumes we close the $200 million this year. So it's not that this $200 million takes away $200 million of that $600 million next year, colleagues, and we start with $400 million. It's $200 plus $600 for this coming year, plus $600 for the year after that on top of that, plus $600 on top of that. So the decisions that we have to make in the next 2 months are the most important decisions that we could possibly make. And the speed with which we make those decisions cannot rely on rhetoric, cannot rely on aspirations, cannot rely on things like, well, I would like to see, nothing happen here and have a reserve fund and have my special projects funded. If you are a member of the City Council, and if you're a member of the Budget and Finance Committee in particular, if you're against any of the proposals that our Chief Financial Officer is putting before us, give us your solutions. Give us your solutions. Take your staff off every single thing else that they're working on and give us the solutions. Because protecting these people's jobs depends on you thinking through the answers, not just posing the questions anymore. Today we have before us the P3, which is looking at some of the parking proposals that are here. We have city assets that in a responsible way, in a year like this, we should be looking at selling off. What's before us is possibly putting garages that we've worked together with our community members and our residences, our business leaders in different areas to say, if the city wasn't in the business of owning these garages, not necessarily running them, because they're not run in these cases by city employees, I want to be clear about that. They are actually already managed by private individuals. Could the Hollywood and Highland garage, which is run by a private company but owned by the city and administered by the city, could we sell that off and not have to pay debt on it each year, make some money, and help save jobs, help build up our reserve fund? Could we do that with other parking lots? The ArcLight Cinemas in Hollywood, the 2 biggest ones are in my own district, which is why I stand up to say I want to do this to save city jobs. I want to do this to boost our reserve fund. I want to do this to make sure that we can get out of this budget mess. But I also want to make sure that we do it carefully. At Hollywood and Highland, I would ask the CAO to work carefully with the Academy. We brought the Academy Awards back to Hollywood Boulevard across the street from where they started. That's $1 billion a year to our local economy, and we want to make sure that we abide by the agreements that we had when it's a city garage, and that if it gets sold off, that they too will continue to have the protection of their landmark theater, which helps produce good middle-class jobs here in Los Angeles in the entertainment industry. So I'd add that to this. But I'd also encourage us, colleagues, to move forward on this. Let's put a request for proposals out there. I agree with some of the criticisms that have been made. Mr. Smith, I know, has brought up before it's not a great year to be selling real estate, but our options are far and few between. I wish we weren't selling at the bottom of the market. I wish we weren't looking at this, but without something else out there, we should be looking at this, and we should look at this as putting this in the reserve fund, not to fund other garages, not to fund pet projects, not to fund things, but to make sure that this is in the reserve fund so that we can then get the loan to keep this city afloat. That's what's going to be important with this. That's why P3 in the parking garages makes sense. And it's our obligation to these workers and to the community to get this moving as quickly as possible, which is why it's here today, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to let people know, for the record and the public know, there's a budget, there's a motion on your desks now that will be going to Budget and Finance and Rules and Elections, and it's kind of a bookend to what Mr. Garcetti is doing on this item. More than a decade ago, the city created the Emergency Reserve Fund, and the city has never tapped its Emergency Reserve Fund. These P3 transactions will potentially generate significant cash to replenish the reserve fund, and The reserve fund is a funding source for unexpected events, as you know. It was not ever intended to be used to meet ongoing operational needs. So assuming that we complete the P3 transaction and the funding is placed in the reserve fund, we hope to be able to achieve additional constraints to put in place to avoid tapping into the emergency reserve fund in the future for ongoing operational needs. So we have asked, Mr. Parks and I have asked the CLA and the CAO with review by the city attorney to come back in 60 days with charter amendment language to be placed on the November 2010 ballot to protect and preserve the city's emergency reserve fund. And again, this is an addendum to what we are doing today. Thanks.
Mr. Lamonge.
Is anybody here from staff to discuss this?
Staff here, please take the table.
Just want to know, how much does it cost to do this? How much does it cost? Is there an actual dollar cost that it takes us to do the analysis that tells us this is the right thing to do?
Excuse me. Well, item number 11 actually was approval of funding to continue with the studies to get us to the point in which we can go out to the market for and actually solicit interest in proceeding and actually value the asset so that we can bring it back to you to determine whether the council wants to ultimately.
But who values it? Do we value it internally, or do we have to go outside consultants?
No, we have outside consultants that will be working with the investment community on evaluating.
And does anyone have an idea how much it costs to do this? Because I think we should know if it's the right thing to do. What does it cost?
Sarai Bago with the CAO's office. So far, for the assessment phase, we spent $630,000. That was to complete the parking study, to do a preliminary evaluation that our independent financial advisor prepared, and at this point, we've requested an additional $510,000 to move on to the next phase, which would be to prepare the RFQ, prepare the draft concession, which would be the document that would outline all the policy issues that would guide the transaction, and that would bring on outside counsel to help us with the drafting. We don't know exactly how much this might cost us ultimately, because we don't know how complex the negotiations will be with potential bidders, how many bidders there will be. So we requested the $510 based on what we think we're going to spend to complete this next portion of the implementation.
Right, but what's our limit? Meaning, I want to, let's say personally, do something. I talk to my wife, we make a decision, we hire someone to give us a design or whatever we're doing. And we know we have a limit on how much we want to spend to study this. What's our drop deadline, or how much could you see yourself spending $5 million to get an analysis of this?
No.
Never.
Never.
No, there's a total of $3 million in the unappropriated balance for this
so
purpose.
No more than $3 million.
But all the council will have appropriated is a total of about $1.2 million.
And this is just for the garages, not for the meters?
Just for the garages.
Great. And just another question I think we should do. The fee for what is charged at our lots vary. What would the increase be, or what would we allow? Who sets the fees?
Well, that's going to be one of the policy issues that you're going to have to deal with. Now, obviously, the value of these assets are going to be greatest if you don't put any restrictions on rate setting. I doubt, quite frankly, that that's where, from a policy standpoint, the council would want to go.
Right.
So preliminarily, the plan would be to have the rates set for a period of 5 years and then have a limit on increases based on the CPI thereafter. So valuations would be based on that. So there would be some certainty as to the first 5 years what the rates would be.
And is Pershing Square included?
Yes.
Yes.
And is Convention Center parking included?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Weezar.
Thank you. Thank you. If we go forward with this, when will we realize upfront money for this?
Natalie Bro, Sales Office. Right now, we have a valuation report in front of you that says that we would net between $100 and $200 million. The upfront is really based on if that's the way you want to go.
By when?
By when? I'm sorry. Hopefully July 1st is the deadline that we have set for ourselves. That's the
So we
schedule
would have
right
a
now.
check for us with $100 or $200 million July 1st. We would.
That's what the schedule says right now. It really depends on how complicated the negotiations are with the bidders, how many bidders we have. So, but we have a schedule right now. It shows a July 1st completion date.
And how much bond indebtedness do we have for these garages?
We have $95 million net.
So you minus that from the $100 to $200 million? Okay.
No, to 200 to 300.
To 203. So you're saying
Gross.
net after you
Correct.
the bond is $100 to $200 million.
okay.
So, Mr. Miller, so if the plan is to supplement or to replenish our reserve fund through these proceeds, would that give us enough time to avoid the catastrophe that the controller has warned us about should we use our reserves to pay for the $200 million deficit that we are facing this year? And before you answer, let me make clear, colleagues, last night as I sat through in Budget and Finance till midnight last night, the proposals we saw last night does little, if anything, to address the $200 million deficit that we're facing this year. It focuses mostly on solutions for the year 2010-11, which is great, because we're going to have another huge hurdle to jump there. But there's very little in those proposals to address this huge deficit. So if we're hanging our hat on this proposal to deal with the 09-10 $200 million deficit, it better darn be a good one. Because when I asked the controller last night, on a scale of 1 to 10, how terrible, 10 being the worst, how bad is it if we use our reserves to pay off the $200 million deficit, and they said 10, the worst. We cannot go on this path unless we are ensured that we have this money in the bank and ready to go to replenish our reserves in a timely manner. Will that happen?
Well, I think you're going to know a lot more about whether that's going to happen by April when you're actually doing the budget. And that's one of the reasons why we need to proceed now so that the work can be done, so that in late April and early May, you'll have some certainty about the timing of the transaction, who the interested parties are, and how negotiations are going. So as we sit here today, I can't guarantee it. I can tell you that it's a huge concern. The CAO is projecting at most $30 million at the end of the year in the reserve, and that's a little more than 0.5%, and that's very, very close to the wire. Unfortunately, as you indicated, there simply isn't enough time this year anymore to make substantial cuts in expenses. We need to start now to make the cuts for 2011. So there are very few options, and this is certainly the most viable right now in generating significant cash to replenish the reserve fund.
Yeah, thank you. And finally, let me say this. I was initially opposed to this P3 deal because I'm very concerned when the city is put in a situation where we have to sell off our assets. In fact, in my district, I'm very reluctant to vacate streets or alleys or public ways when we're asked to do that for developers or others. However, here we are in a situation where this is a possibility, but it carries huge, huge risks, and that's something we should all be aware of. The risks have been outlined in the controller's letter. You should all take a very careful read of that, because I think that could lead to some very catastrophic situations if this doesn't pan out. And finally, Mr. Garcetti, last night I proposed that my district be reimbursed $10 million that it supported the 2008 year financial situation we were in. When other council districts walked away and did not want to give up their funds, I stepped up. And I gave $10 million for my district. And commitments were made, promises were made, and those are not being fulfilled. So that's why I thought of, if there's additional money here after we take care of our obligations to replenish the reserves, then districts who committed and stepped up at that time should be reimbursed for those funds.
Mr. Alarcon?
Who is likely to buy these parking lots?
Who's likely to apply? To bid on the parking lease?
Yeah.
Parking operators, investment...
Parking operators? How many parking operators are on the list of uncollected debt that Controller Controller Wendy Gould just put out? Does anybody know? Can we get an answer to that question? Because it's my understanding that many of the existing parking operators are the worst in uncollected debt, to the tunes of millions of dollars. So I would like to offer a friendly amendment that any existing parking operator or any business that has an uncollected debt, by definition of the city controller, be eliminated from this RFP process. Do I have a second to that motion? Secondly, is there a guarantee that these will be parking? I mean, the worst thing that could happen is we sell these things and they get redeveloped into something else, and that exacerbates our problems. Then the existing parking operators who aren't paying their uncollected taxes to the city of Los Angeles to the tunes of millions will increase their prices because they will either own these or they'll be redeveloped into something else. So do we have a prohibition against them?
First of all, to be clear, we're not selling these. It's going to be a long-term license, and the city will retain the underlying ownership of the
Okay, so they will, okay.
And they must remain parking.
Okay. Do we get an answer to my question? Do we know how many of the existing parking operators are on the list of 200 highest uncollected debts in the city of Los Angeles?
We don't know, but as part of the process of qualifying the bidders, when we release the RFQ, we would be screening for...
Do we know that any of the parking operators are not on the list?
I can't answer that.
I
think we should get an answer to that question before we put this thing out.
We agree with you, and I think one of the things that we're doing right now is we don't have a list right now because we're waiting for your approval to move forward with the concession.
Members, I would like to table this motion until we get an answer to my question. I think it's very important because the highest uncollected debt is in the hands of parking operators who would be the bidders for this property. I just want to table this until we get an answer to that question. I'm happy to take it up today, but I think we need to get an answer to that question.
Thank you, hold on. Mr. Cardenas, then Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange, you had a question on this matter? Point of information.
You're concerned with the 30% tax that on the fee, on the tax, on the parking tax elimination?
Talking about the controller's report on uncollected taxes, uncollected debt to the city of Los Angeles. There was a list of, I believe, $200 million or 200 debtors who are not paying their taxes, and I understand many of them are, in fact, parking operators.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Garcetti, then Mr. Labange.
Thank you. When it comes to this idea of a long-term leasing out our parking structures in return for money now, is that money one-time funds or ongoing funds?
That ultimately is going to be a decision of the council. We would need to take some upfront money, $95 million in upfront money, to pay off the bonds. The balance of the money the council could take upfront, or the council could take over a period of years. That'll be a decision that you'll make when you actually have a transaction in front of you.
Okay, so let me be more specific. So should we go forward with this idea, the first $100 million basically, $95 million, the first $100 million would actually go to pay off our debts of what is owed on some of these parking lots, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so say they sell for $200 million. Not sale, excuse me. We lease them out, and it's $200 million that the city now can get for these assets for 50 years or however long we would do the deal for. The other $100 million, we could take it in a lump sum of $100 potentially, or negotiate where they give us $12 million a year over 10 years or what have you. Something along those lines. We can call it an annuity or what have you. But the bottom line is, at the end of that period of time, we're not getting any more revenue from these assets, correct? As I've described.
That would be correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we lease something for 50 years, and say we take it over a 10-year period, the payments, that means for the next 40 years, technically speaking, we won't see any revenue from these assets, at least to the city of Los Angeles. Somebody else will have to manage it and receive or not the revenue from all the parking that goes on in these structures, correct?
Yes, that is correct, if you take it over 10 years.
Okay. Are these structures, as they stand today, are they producing revenue for the city?
Yes.
Are we netting more than the actual assets cost us on an annual basis right now?
Do you have the figures on that?
What do we do about dead time under this new system, Mr. Garcetti? What do we do about dead time under this new system of time?
The clock keeps ticking.
Actually, we're looking for the revenue, the total revenues coming from the garages. There's about $8.5 million a year now going in debt service. So one of the things that would happen by taking $95 million to pay off the bonds is that we would realize an $8.5 million savings, for the next 30
right now
years.
these parking structures are requiring us to find about $8.5 million to keep these parking structures running on an annual basis right now.
Correct.
Roughly. Round numbers. Go ahead, Natalie, you got something to share?
Well, there's also revenue coming in from them. So, for example, Hollywood and Highland is about $1 million in the red right now.
In the red. Meaning
Correct. So they don't use their...
It does not support itself.
Correct.
It needs to be supported with an additional $1 million.
Of general fund, of parking funds, yes. Special parking revenue
Do
fund.
any of these structures create a net positive at this point in time?
I think Cinerama McDome for the first time this year is doing a positive. I'm not sure how much that is. It's a couple $100,000, I believe.
But it's not in the red as you described.
It's a couple $100,000 in the black, but it's been, a 7 or 8 year investment so far.
I'll push my button again, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Colleagues, just one correction. The main part of the P3 stuff is actually going to be moving tomorrow as part of the FSR. And that's what the Budget Committee moved. So today, any of those things, those report backs, you can absolutely attach to that. We can pass that. The moving forward of this, I think, will be happening tomorrow as part of the overall Budget and Finance Committee report. It is critical. I think everybody here wants to make sure we have a strong reserve fund. After this sale is made, though, I just want to make the one point that we still have a $600 million deficit.
Lease.
Lease. Once the bidding goes out, excuse me, thank you for the correction, the bidding goes out, and if we were to get the revenues anticipated on this, we still have a $600 million deficit, of which, again, because we have city employees that are here, it's going to affect, and there's going to be proposals because of only so much inside our control where people are going to be proposing, furloughs, layoffs, reductions, etc. So we simply don't have any money to be putting into anything else. There's a number of give-backs and payoffs that we can go around this horseshoe and talk about that people have done from their individual council districts that they have. If anything, we're going to have to be giving more back this coming year. It's something that we have actually in the FSR. It's going to be uneven because things like 1290, I have more 1290 money than most others. Mr. Alarcon has a bunch as well. When we look at pipeline franchise, when we look at all these different things, it's either that or we get rid of people's jobs. It's either that or other things. So nobody wants to do these things. Everybody feels, there's special funds out there for sanitation collection if you happen to be near Sunshine Canyon or if you happen to be near Clarks. Those are things that were a good thing for those communities. But in a year like this, if we can save jobs and keep services going, that's my only point, is it's critically important for us to make sure that we're coming up with solutions, not just asking questions, but coming up with the solutions. And with that, I think we need to move on probably from this one to the other two, since this one is not an action item. I was informed that's going to be part of, I think, the Budget and Finance report. But I think those questions back, I appreciate what Mr. Alarcon said about who will be bidding, and we can design that in a way to make sure that those people who owe us money are not the ones who will be running this.
Mr. Reyes, followed by Ms. Hahn, then Mr. Cardenas, then Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Councilman Zine. My understanding, and folks at the table can answer this is about a first step of several steps, and all we're asking is to trigger the first step. Much of the questions I'm hearing has to do with issues as we evolve in this process. So all we're asking, colleagues, is to allow for this RFP to begin. And I think it is appropriate to designate and/or acknowledge or recognize questions and issues we might have as it pertains to the request for proposals. But after that step is taken, we are going to get some feedback, we'll get some results, and we'll have another set of questions. So I would hope that we could be opportunistic with our time and move forward, allow for this first step to be taken, so that we can go on with the business of trying to understand the severity of this problem in detail so we can come up with solutions to the crisis. But to be here and just go after this issue knowing it's but one of 4 steps, I just humbly suggest that let's move forward, let this continue its process, identify what our concerns are, but let's start talking about solutions, about our challenge in dealing with this crisis. And if I can just ask with the time I have left, if Mr. Keeley would like to just, if you don't mind, sir.
I'm sorry, there are 4. I'm sorry, sir.
In the first step in this RFP, the questions you've been hearing on the floor, can you tell me how readily we can answer many of these questions if we haven't taken the first step yet? I mean, can you just give us a bird's eye view of where we're going with this?
Great.
From a procedure point of view.
Mike Keeley, Senior Advisor to the Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear here today. We'll be before you at least 4 times. This is the first of what we believe to be 4 trips through the council before we get the check that Mr. Huizar was talking about. The second trip, which will start in about 2 weeks, we will present a draft concession agreement to the council. The draft concession agreement will probably be a 100-page document with 200 pages of attachments. But if we do our job, we will package it with 2 pages of policy questions that properly belong on your desk and that you have to debate and that you have to give us some direction on before we can tell you it's really $200 million. So, for example, CD14 is very concerned about who uses Pershing Square and wants restrictions that say we won't allow more than X overnight parkers because we're worried about retail spaces that are really for retail customers getting displaced by residential parkers. That's a policy decision. The concessionaire would just as soon be able to take anybody's money, no matter where it comes from. But if the policy decision is no, we really want you to set aside spaces for retail shoppers and we're not going to let you do a lot of monthly parkers, that's a policy decision that belongs in the concession. So in our second trip, we will be presenting all those policy questions to you, asking for your direction. We will end up with a concession agreement that we believe you have signed off on. That is to say, you're comfortable with us presenting this draft to our bidders. The third trip back to you is after we've presented that to the concession, the qualified bidders, and the qualified bidders will come back and say, oh, we can't live with this restriction against residential parkers at Pershing Square, or we think we'll live with it if you insist, but it's going to cost you $20 million. So we would say to you then in the third trip, are you willing to give up on that requirement or not? And you say yes or no. And then we have a locked concession agreement that reflects the bidders back and forth and the council back and forth. And the fourth trip is, we've gotten our bids now, we think bidder X is the best bid, we recommend bidder X, you award. So the policy questions, rates, who operates, can I convert it into a mini mall, all those questions really will be in the second trip when we're here presenting the draft concession agreement.
So in closing, colleagues, I believe if we lay out the process and understand the parameters of this proposal, then we can start filling in our concerns and making sure this body is defining that policy. And the proposal gives us a vehicle to work with. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. How many city employees are associated with these structures, and what is the result of us leasing these to private concessionaires in terms of the workforce?
There are 59 positions. I'm mostly in GSD, but also some in DOT and Rec and Parks.
Will those positions be eliminated, or will those positions stay within GSD and be reassigned? What happens to them?
They would be given an opportunity to work with the concessionaire, and this is similar to what went on in Chicago, where they were given an opportunity to work with the concessionaire for a 90-day period, and then the decision was made whether they would stay on with a private operator.
The decision is left with the employee or with the concessionaire?
With the employee.
So the employee gets full rights to say that they're going to with the private owner, and then whether or not they want to stay with the private.
I think that one of the things that...
Somebody else is shaking their head like, he doesn't think that's exactly
I think the most important point is this is a policy question for you,
Okay.
which we look forward to discussing in our second trip.
Okay.
So our working model has been the Service Worker Protection Ordinance
Right.
at LAWA,
Right.
which basically says if I lose the concession and Natalie wins the concession, Natalie
Right.
has to hire all of my employees
90 days.
for 90 days,
Right.
and they're all on probation. So
Right.
Natalie can pick and choose her way
Right,
through the...
exactly. That's
through the-
very different than how you just described
exactly.
it. It's
So
up to the employees. Yeah.
But again, the trade-off here is the value. So you
Right.
heard Mr. Lezar say...
I hear you. On these trips to Bountiful that you're describing, I would rather see that second trip have a little more weight to which policy decisions we would be making. I would hope, if it's all possible on the second trip, you have had some outreach to these potential concessionaires and maybe could give us a better price tag on the policy decisions that we would be making. I think we would lose some time, some very valuable time, if we talk about the policy and then you come back and say, oh, that's going to cost you $80 million. So I would rather, as a decision policymaker, have a little more sense of the price tag for the decisions that we make. I think that would make the process, for me, a little more conscientious.
I agree that that's a better way to go, and I would prefer that you had as much information as possible to make every one of these policy decisions. The problem is that because we're on this expedited path to get the check by June 30, we really need to present to you a draft concession before we have qualified bidders. We're going to give our bidders a month to respond to the RFP, assuming council authorizes us to release it.
All right.
And so I think, but remember, in the third trip, I can do the same thing. So suppose that it goes out saying, you have to hire all the employees and you inherit the seniority list that the city has, for example. It's possible that they come back to us to say, we see that provision, but we want you to understand what that does to us operationally, and if you're willing to give us some flexibility, we think we can goose up the bid by X.
Right.
That's the third trip, so we come back to you to say, well, we did what you wanted, we put out there what you wanted, but the feedback that we've gotten from our qualified bidders, this is the real pool of people who will be bidding on this asset, is X. And then you can decide.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. If you would
I
mind
just want to
pressing
say
your
a comment
button again.
about the employees before we move on. I've been reminded that also these employees, based on their seniority, could possibly have bumping rights to other places in the city. We don't know where they've come from. So once the decision is made by council and the policy has been made, those employees could possibly stay in the city in other vacant positions or with the proprietaries. We don't know that yet until we actually look at the actual employees and start that process.
I know, but I think we do need to know that it's not up to the employee at the end of the 90 days whether or not they are going to be able to stay with the concessionaire. Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Cardenas. Why don't we move to Mr. Alarcon and then, Mr. Cardenas, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Reyes, for reminding us on some of the ways in which we should approach this and all the other responsibilities that we have. So one of the main things that you said is, let's talk about solutions. So with that in mind, what I'd like to point out, colleagues, and to the public and workers for the City of Los Angeles, taxpayers, and everybody else, okay, let's talk about solutions. This turning over of our assets for 50 years in return for a short-term payoff is not a realistic solution. And let me tell you why. Because to the CLA, isn't it the case that for the City of Los Angeles, of our general fund of over $4 billion, about 90+% of that money is committed to the salaries and pensions of the workforce of the City of Los Angeles? Doesn't it round off something like that?
Yes, between 85 and 90%. Yes.
Okay, so if we're committing salaries and benefits and pensions to a worker for today, and this worker continues with us, we're going to need to have enough money to pay them in 2012, in 2015, in 2020, until they retire, correct?
That's right.
And even when they do retire, we're still going to contribute to their lifestyle by having to sustain their retirement system, correct?
Correct.
So getting back to this item here, what good is $200 million going to do us today when half of that money, 200 or so, we get really lucky and it's 250 million that we turn these assets over for 50 years. Say we even get a lofty $150 million over and above the $95 million in debt we need to pay off for these parking lots. $150 million. What is that going to do for the structural responsibilities that the city has to its debts, its expenditures, its income, and its debts? Can anybody help enlighten the council to why this makes sense?
Well, it would, again, it depends on how you structure the transaction, but if, for example, you took the whole 150 and you put that in the reserve fund and protected that so that that always stays there,
sure,
then that is an ongoing solution because that relieves you of the obligation every year to appropriate money into the reserve to meet our target.
But you know the funny thing about that?
Is that you tap the reserve fund, yes.
No, even if we put a stronger lockbox on that $150 million, what are we going to do with the money that we freed up?
That's true.
We haven't provided an income solution. All we've done is shifted from having to put money into the reserve every year. We put it in there one time and it stays there, but we still spend that money instead of looking responsibly at what our income and debt ratios are and making real decisions.
Tomorrow in council, there's a 3-year plan as well as the mid-year that will come forward. One of the things that the 3-year plan looks at is public-private partnerships as well as core mission. And it goes to the question that you're asking about ongoing costs. That the city, as part of this financial crisis, has the opportunity to look on a longer term on what type of functions the city should be providing, what kind of services it should be providing. And one of the things that our report talks about briefly is whether or not you as a council believe that the city should continue to be the provider of the parking service. We built the parking lots, we financed them, we created economic development, we know how successful Hollywood has been, how some other parking lots have been for the areas. The question now becomes is what would you rather do with those 15 employees? Would you rather have them continue as parking attendants for us to hire them? Or do we feel that we would like to take some of those costs and be able to do other types of services? And I think that that's why everything here is kind of intermingled, because this is one part of that larger picture. And you'll see that when we discuss the 3-year plan tomorrow and the mid-year report. And we talked very briefly about that in our report. But that's one of the policy issues that we tried to address with these parking concessions.
Okay, go push my button again, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Koretz, for the first time.
Yeah, we discussed all the potential solutions to death yesterday. I didn't like many of them. The one that I really started opposed to, but the more I thought about it, I wound up being okay with, was this one. I think, first of all, there's a lot of value not to dropping our reserves to $30 million. Obviously, if you know my previous involvement at a city council level, the city I was involved with previously did the opposite and actually set aside reserves every year, and has one that's substantially more than we would ever dream about talking about here. You can't leave it at $30 million. So if you concede that, the only other option is borrowing to meet our operating expenses. The state did that. Those of us who have had state experience know that was probably one of the worst things you can do fiscally, is to borrow to meet your operating expenses and then have that be a part of your budget and exacerbate your problems in the future. The fact is, we're not making much money, if any, on these parking structures. I don't know that we envision making a lot of money in the future. This can be a win-win for everybody. The person that takes this over can run it more effectively, actually make a profit. We can wind up getting more money than we would have otherwise, but get it when we need it and where we need it. Where it doesn't make sense is if we go happily on our way and say, okay, we saved $100 million from our budget process, let's go and not address the problem adequately.
But if we recognize this is where we need to be at a minimum for our reserves and we protect it, but then we solve the rest of the structural problem in perpetuity and we really address it aggressively, I think this makes a lot of sense. So I was a somewhat enthusiastic opponent when I first heard of this, but the more I looked at it, I think it's actually a very good solution.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. We were here last night until 20 after 12 dealing with these issues, and let me just come to conclusion about this particular issue from my perspective. I want to kick the can, I want to kick the tires, and for me to understand what it is we need to go forward with this study. It gives us the options that we need to look at. Look, if selling 10 lots makes sense, we'll know that from this study. This study will also give us our options as to what percentage we get, how much we get up front, what the mix would be. This is what I call due diligence. And for us to either dismiss the issue or to accept the issue, we need to continue to go forward and get this resolved. So for me, it's a matter of getting it together enough so we can make the intelligent decisions. And the decision is, do we sell our lots or not? I am not there one way or the other. But where I am at right now is show me what I need to know to make that decision. The way I'll know that is putting out this RFQ business, getting these people in the room, starting the negotiation, and bringing it back to us as a council and say, council member, we can make X dollars, we get a handle on it for this X period of time. We know what Chicago did. They took $1 billion plus and they blew it away, and then the people felt frustrated. We're not going to do that here. What this will be is something that we must do. It's called doing your homework. So obviously, I think we should move forward with this. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Alarcon for the second time.
Hey, Mr. Keeley.
Hey, Mr. Alarcon.
You have a penchant for privatizing public sector, don't you?
I haven't succeeded yet, but I'm ever hopeful.
Thank God. Thank God for that. I mentioned the last time that I blocked your desire under the Reardon administration to privatize DWP and sell it to Duke Power or one of the other powerful companies whose rates are all higher than DWP, by the way. So we're thankful that you weren't successful in that. I have to tell you, in your private model, this private model is very interesting to me because it would seem to me that you would be a fierce fighter for fair competition. But the reason we're not making money at these parking lots is because the other guys aren't playing fair. Because they are part of private industry and they're ripping us off. So I have the list of the 200 parking companies, the 200 companies. Number one, we need $100 million. Here it is, $100 million just from the parking industry. The 13 of the top 25, 18 of the top 200. The top one, Prestige Parking, number one in the city, owes the city $72 million. You want to solve the budget problem? Let's get their money. Number two, Crystal Enterprises. Let's call them out. Let's make it public. Crystal Enterprises owes the city $7.9 million parking occupancy tax. Parking Spaces Incorporated, $7.3 million they owe the city in parking occupancy tax. Of the top 13, 9 are parking companies, and you want to sell them our parking spaces? That's crazy. Let's create fair competition. Let's close those businesses down, making our more competitive, and then we'll make some money for the city so we can keep these employees employed.
Mr. Cardenas, you're our next speaker. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas, you're our next speaker. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Hahn, you're our next speaker.
I think that's accepted as a final.
Woo!
So I want to say, I agree, and that, colleagues, you've heard me saying the same thing. Thank God that he got that list out there. I believe there's about $400 million that is in uncollected debt to this city. which would make a huge difference on our deficit. I have been saying that for a year now, and I'm going to bring this up tomorrow, but where are we in getting more collection agencies out there collecting this debt so we don't have to talk about laying people off? Good job, Richard Alarcon. Thank you for bringing that to the forefront, because we have been saying that. We have money that is owed to the city, and we need to be aggressive about collecting it. I've been asking that for a year. So, and I'm going to bring that up again, and I better have some answers on why we don't have 100 collection agencies right now all going out full speed ahead, 24/7, collecting the money that is owed to the city of Los Angeles. Thank you, Richard Alarcon. You rock. Becca rock.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. Last night, the CAO presented this proposal as the only way to deal with our $200 million deficit for this year. Is it still, in your opinion, the only proposal to deal with the $200 million deficit?
I believe that it's the most viable proposal to generate money to put back in the reserve. The reality is that I don't think that there's any choice, but by the end of the year, we're going to blow through most of our reserve fund. The issue is how quickly can we replenish that after July 1st, and where would the money come from?
Okay, and Mr. Alarcon pointed out that we could go out and collect money.
Absolutely.
Is that viable to deal with the $200 million deficit?
It is viable. As a matter of fact, I met with Antoinette Cristobal yesterday. The city attorney last night was addressing some of these issues, and it's something you should explore very, in great depth tomorrow, and exactly what they're doing about the 125, the statute of limitations, how quickly cases are getting referred, the task force is being set up. It's a very important issue.
So then now we have two options.
Well, I think you're going to need both, quite frankly, because you're facing a $500 million hole next year. So if you get 100 from here and 100 and 200 from uncollectible debt, you've still got another $200 million to go. So I think you're going to need virtually every option and tool coming before you.
And I think you also know that it isn't customary if someone owes you 100 to collect 100. Sometimes people are broke. Sometimes you settle for 50 cents on the dollar. So the face amount of what we are owed is not necessarily indicative of what we will ultimately collect.
After last night's actions in budget and finance, the actions that we took, how many dollars did we save for the fiscal year 09-10?
Did we save?
Did we cut?
12 million, I think.
It was about 12. Actually, we're going through all of the actions.
12 million?
Yeah, and we're going through all the actions
12 million of 200 million?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Close. We were at about 11, 12. By 11, 12 million. It was late last night.
Mr. Cardenas?
It was between 11 and 12 million? Whoever asked the question. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman.
Mr. Huizar, are you finished?
It was between 11 and 12 million. By 11, Miguel said.
I think I see it as what was proposed, not what the committee passed. And the great majority was not passed.
11 million.
Of 11 million, the great majority of $200 million deficit, 11 million proposals from the CAO, of which the committee did not pass most of them.
Okay, which goes to my point earlier, which is most of the proposals we heard from CAO and CLA last night go to the year 10, 11, and they're banking heavily on this proposal going through. Out of the $200 million, only about $11 million of proposals were put on the table yesterday to deal with this year's deficit. Thanks.
Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. Keeley, one of the things that I as a policymaker, I really don't like is when somebody makes a presentation to the policymakers and then starts to sound like they really want to focus on answering only certain questions or clarifying certain facts, but not really giving us all the facts. you decided to engage in the microphone and remind us, thank you for reminding us, that just because somebody owes you, like the top of this list, excuse me, Mr. Alarcon, the top of this list is Prestige Parking, $72 million owed to the city.
Right.
And you're reminding us, well, if they owe you $72 million and you collect, it doesn't mean you get the whole $72 million. If we got $58 million out of these guys, I'd call it a day. Let's put that in the coffers and move on, okay? So with all due respect, you're a little bit overzealous of reminding us about how that solution isn't all that. But the thing is, getting back to the issue at hand today, I don't believe this solution is all that, because we're looking at a one-time solution for an ongoing infrastructure budget problem. And as policymakers, with all due respect, that's what got the state in the situation that it's in, that's what got the city in the situation that it's in, that's what got all of our governments in the situation that we're in, is we avoided the real structural fixes. We avoided really fixing the problem. It's no surprise that we went from a couple $100 million of having to contribute of general fund to, what is it today, Jerry?
The $500 million.
$500 million this year. It's no surprise. We knew that last year. We knew that the year before, that it was escalating upwards. And what is it going to be next year?
I'm sorry,
if all things stay the same?
The $500 million is for next year. This year, we're facing an additional $200 that we didn't anticipate at the beginning of the year.
In revenue, we didn't get. But what I'm talking about, just putting into the retirement system, that component in and of itself, the amount of money that we're having to take from the general fund that we normally use to pay employees to come to work, that same fund, the general fund, pays our employees to come to work. From that general fund, this year we're giving how much money, we're having to put how much money of the general fund into the retirement system?
About $700 million.
About $700 million. And next year, what's the projection, all things remaining equal?
It's about $800 million next year.
And then the following year?
$1.1 billion.
$1.1 billion. And our general fund right now is bouncing around $4.1 to $4.3 billion. So one-fourth of that, 3 years from now, 3 budget years from now, one-fourth of that is just going to go to put the money in the pension before we pay somebody's salary, before we pay the light bill, before we pay anything.
Correct.
See, we have a structural problem. And the reason why I don't like this solution isn't because it wasn't my idea or so-and-so's idea, what have you. It's a bad idea. Chicago showed us how fraught with problems this solution is, and it doesn't get you to address your structural problems. And I see this as this, the only reason I'm going to vote for this because I want to see the reports, because believe me, I'm going to use up every single second of my 9 minutes, which is all the time I get allotted, to expose to the public the good and bad of our deliberations here. I'm going to use every single second to remind everybody that this is a terrible, terrible move once you bring forward more facts. It's simply, all we're going to see, this idea is a pig, and then we're going to see some lipstick on it, maybe some ruffles, maybe some booties or something, but the bottom line is, it's still a pig. It's still a bad idea. It's not a real solution.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. About 6 months ago, if I recall correctly, and I've just been reminded, didn't we give the police commission the ability to pull their permits if they weren't paying their taxes, if they weren't paying their fees?
Yes, I believe so.
So if that is the case, couldn't we be looking at those assets as well, and those abilities to allow for that?
Well, we are, and again, as I mentioned earlier, I think you're going to hear a lot about that tomorrow, and it's a very important issue to explore. Both Department of Finance and City Attorney are working on how to proceed with collecting this, and many of these are in process now. There's a task force being set up, and they intend to go aggressively after this money, but it's absolutely something that you need to address in great detail tomorrow in the FSR.
And we'll have the ability to understand our opportunity costs if we do take a move in realizing what earnings we could gain,
yes,
given those opportunities.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Alarcon.
Members, I hope that you don't see this as just a piecemeal, because I had a list of these parking companies. There's a philosophy working here. There's a philosophy that emerges out of the takeover mentality of people who are experts at taking over corporations when they're down in the dumps and turning them over, flipping them, and making a lot of money. That's what's going on here. And Tony Cardenas is right. In the long run, we have to maintain our fundamental revenue-generating assets, because private industry wants to seize them because they know that this economy is volatile and it's down now, but it will be back up, and that's when they will make their killing. That mentality comes from Mr. Keeley and his former boss, Mr. Reardon. They are private industry takeover specialists. They're trying to take over the city and sell out good government jobs. So we can call this a pig in the poke. Call it whatever you will. And you know, maybe there is some sound reasoning to this, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let that happen without saying what it is. The emperor does not have clothes. Believe it, or sell the people short.
Mr. Koretz? Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, I think this is likely to be quite the opposite. We're not making money on these structures. I think it's unlikely we'll ever make a significant amount on these structures. And yes, there are a few jobs associated with it, but people can do other things within the city family. We're talking about 1,500 layoffs. So if there are a handful of jobs associated with these parking structures, I'm not sure that meets. I'm trying to avoid doing these 1,500 layoffs. The handful of jobs that need to be moved somewhere else within the city family, I don't think are a big factor. And I think this helps us avoid having to do as many layoffs as otherwise being talked about. I think it's a much better idea than it's being portrayed.
Mr. Labange.
Mr. Alacon, I just wanted to say, okay, Mr. Keeley is a good citizen of Los Angeles, a good citizen. Mr. Alacon, I just wanted to say, I don't want to stand up for Mr. Keeley. You may disagree with his politics. Okay? He's a friend of yours. All right, he's a friend of yours. I wanted everybody to know. All right, good. Okay, I hope not. I just wanted to say, Mr. Keeley, I think what Mr. Alacon says is right in some aspects. You know, we've talked before because we have different beliefs. But I know your interest is purely in trying to help the city of Los Angeles. We hope we can all find the same place. It's important to see the people who work 24 hours a day at different time to try to help the city. But we are in an absolute real problem now, so all things are on the table. So we look at it and we go forward. This is not approval to do it. You've been here before. You know what it is, your colleagues to the left. This is not a normal time, so I appreciate that, but I did want to stand up for Michael Keeley, who tries his best. Thank you.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Madam President and members. I'm going to have a side discussion with Richard so I can understand his meaning of friendship. So I do want to have that discussion. But I stand because I'm concerned. We've debated this for over an hour and a half, which is fine. But what are we debating? A draft. We're not telling them sell our garages. Governing is not about doing what you want to do. It's about doing what you have to do. At the end of the day, this proposal may not cut the mustard. But it's irresponsible for us to not have them obtain the information that we need. And then we have a discussion where we actually take a vote that does something, because this really does not do anything. We're asking them to gather this data and let us know. I would like to put more emphasis on something that Richard brought up, and I think Janice talked about it for a minute, and Tony as well. I'd like to really understand everything that we are doing where it relates to collecting the money that is owed us. And again, not to defend, is Mr. Keeley?
Yes, sir.
Not to defend you, you're smart enough and you don't need to be defended.
I have so many friends.
But I don't think that there's a problem in him just reminding us that when you're trying to collect uncollected monies, that you may not get all of it. But even if there is a percentage of it, it is in our best interest to move forward. And lastly, in order to get ourselves out of this hole, we're going to have to do structural things. There's going to have to be structural changes. But also, we're going to do other things that don't affect the structure of this government. It is our responsibility to put everything on the table and have an informed discussion. So I don't know where I am on this or not, but I think that it would be irresponsible for me not to ask you to go out and tell me how much dough we get in the event we wanted to do it. And the good thing about the debacle in Chicago is it gives us a blueprint as to what not to do. Just because something fails somewhere else, that doesn't mean you give up on it forever. So I would like I said, figure out how much money do you think we can collect, come back with a draft that makes sense, and also I would come back with some reasoning for Chicago's failure. That's the type of action that we're going to have to take in the upcoming days and weeks. And again, the one thing that I'd just like to reiterate, that leadership, and we're the leaders of this council, leadership is about taking people places where they don't think they want to go. And leadership is not about doing what you want to do. It is about doing what you have to do.
I don't want to tell you to stop talking.
No, I said it was my last thing.
All right.
Trust me,
I'm enjoying
Madam
it, but thank
President, you don't ever have to worry about me talking all the time.
Okay.
I watch my clock.
Thank
I
you.
know
Very
I
good.
was,
Very good.
I'm a
1 minute
little
and 11 seconds over. Thank you. Mr.
Probably
Smith.
for the first time.
Mr. Smith.
Well, thank you, and I'm very happy to follow Reverend Herb there. I couldn't agree more. You know, I normally don't do this. I think all of you know that. I don't do this normally, but I want to stand and say it was a year ago in this chamber that I was the lone vote against this. I was the only person that voted against it when it first came up. And I said then, and I repeated it for 6 months after that as we debated it again and again, that we were mortgaging to the future of Los Angeles' revenue incomes potential for today's one-time fix. And that is not what I want to do. That's what Chicago did, and that's why Chicago was a failure. In that interim time, a lot has happened. First of all, at the time we were talking about it, we were looking at a $70, $80 million deficit. That has blossomed to $185 in this year's budget, and next year's budget is close to $500 million deficit. The world has changed in that 1 year, and I have changed. I've changed to the point where I've said I'm willing to consider things I didn't want to do then. I'm going to vote for things, and I did that last night, that I don't want to vote for because we are in a world of hurt, and we're in a different world than we were just 6 months ago. To that point, and to what Herb said, this is not an acknowledgement saying, let's do this. This says, bring back proposals. To Mr. Alarcon, if those companies are the bidders, we would reject that. We would have that right. And I think we would have the moral responsibility to do exactly what you said. And that's appropriate what you brought up. But to Mike and the team, it says, go out and bring back proposals. To his credit, and Mike and I have talked this a few times, the mayor and I have talked, to their credit, they're willing to look at that option and say, let's look at proposals that, one, give us some short-term revenue income, but also look at the long-term. Can we share in future growth of those parking lots? Can we share in the economic advantage that those people will have if they buy them? They're willing to take all those ideas out to the to the marketplace and say, these are what we want in the RFQ. We are looking at a $95 million cost to buy out our bonds. We're looking at a $10 million a year cost of servicing those bonds. Can we get out of those liabilities and then have some revenue to use? Can we have some revenue today? Can we have some revenue tomorrow? I would be willing to even do this right now if it got us out of the $95 million debt and took away the $10 million a year of debt service for the next 20 years. That is a win. That's the low end of what I would accept. But we don't know what's going to come in. And we don't know, Richard, who's going to bid on it. So I think what we're instructing today is go out to the marketplace, see what comes in, and then as a body, we will make a public policy decision on what is the right thing to do. And if it comes in as a really crummy proposal, I will go back to my original position and say, don't sell it. But if it comes in and it looks really good, then we have to really consider that, because where we are in the world financially at this moment in time is not where we were a year ago when we started this discussion, and it's not where any one of us want to be. And tomorrow you're going to be forced to vote on things you never thought you'd vote for in your life. And if there's revenue options out there, revenue options are what we have to look at, because it is our revenue side of our budget that's just as messed up as our expenditure side.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon, before you leave, Parking Company of America Airports, is that on the list, that a company that owes us money? Parking Company of America Airports.
I have no idea.
Because to add to this...
It's not in the top 14.
Okay, because they just filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. One of the concerns is when we look into these companies to make sure that they're not on the verge of bankruptcy. I just pulled up on Google bankruptcy parking lots, and there's a number that have filed for bankruptcy. And whatever we do, when we look at the proposals, to make sure that those companies are solid and they're not on the verge of bankruptcy, because obviously if they file bankruptcy, the debts aren't going to be paid, and it's not going to be good for us to get involved. Just another aspect of that. Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian.
Very good. Thank you, Madam President. I'll try to be brief because so much has been said, but as I'm looking out over this room and I see so many city workers who are here to listen to what we're about to do, and I look at them and know the quality of the service that they provide to the people of this city, and I know how hard they work to keep us safe and to keep this safe city functioning. I'm really troubled by the fact that we are on the verge of laying potentially over 1,000 of these folks off. And each day that we delay in taking serious action in addressing the shortfall in our deficit, each hour that we delay in taking serious action increases the likelihood that some of these folks will not be able to continue in their jobs, and I think we cannot allow that to happen. Now, we've talked about a lot of reasons why we should delay this and consider other factors or even reject it altogether. But almost all of these issues are matters that can be put into the concession and negotiated and included as part of an RFP. It's not a reason for delaying today. It's instruction to give to staff to go back and include the things that we want to have in this concession. We can include whatever accountability measures we want to have in a concession. We can include the ratio, we can decide what the ratio will be of upfront revenues versus ongoing revenues. We can decide what will be the maintenance and liability obligations of the vendor versus the city. We can prevent cherry picking so that some vendor doesn't come in here and get the best city assets and reject all the least attractive assets and leave those on the city's books. We can make sure that we have concessions in here, for example, as Mr. Alarcon has suggested, and I agree very strongly with, to make sure that there's parking opportunities for the film and television industry to create jobs in this city. We can do all of those things, but those are for another day. Right now, we need to get busy in getting proposals before this council so we can start addressing this significant concern so that these people won't be facing layoffs, and the time to do that is today.
Mr. Huizar.
Again, when will the report be back to us?
6 weeks, maybe 5 weeks. 4 weeks?
We'll probably allow 4 weeks to qualify bidders, so from the time we release the RFQ, we will not ask for responses for about a month, because people have to form teams, and Mr. Zine's point is excellent. We're not interested in people that don't have wallets with money, so
One month, April?
I actually think, sir, we're back this month, because I think we have to present, remember I talked to you about the second trip, where we were presenting the policy questions that are embedded in the concession, so I think that's the next trip, and I hope we'll be here in a few weeks. The city attorney is drafting the concession agreement now. I'm working on an outline of the policy questions that you will need to address, so I'm hopeful that we'll be here in 2 weeks.
Okay. Again, folks, we don't have a plan on dealing with a $200 million deficit for this year. Our only option right now is to dip into our reserve funds. Our controller has warned us against doing that, given the amount of money we have to dip into our reserve funds. This is being proposed as one of the options. We have to run with it for now. We'll see the numbers when they come back, if it makes sense or not. The problem is going to be, if we come back and then we say, this doesn't work for us, then what? But I do think that along with the new option that came up today, as Mr. Alarcon presented, all of us should be thinking about what's plan A, B, C, D, E, and F. Because this is a really high-risk first option. And we need a lot more creative thinking, just as Mr. Alarcon did today, because last night I drilled and grilled and grilled and grilled our CAO and CLA, and last night I was told this was the only option. There are other options out there. This is very high risk what we're doing here. We have to think about other options if this doesn't pan out in a month from now. Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to second what Mr. Huizar just said, and in fact say these aren't options. We need to consider all of these things as tools in the toolbox. It isn't either one or the other. We probably have to do some combination of many of these things. And we talked about the need for debt collection. And of course we need to collect every penny that's owed to this city. Of course we should be doing that before we even consider laying off a single city employee. Of course that's obvious to all of us that we need to do that. But equally obvious is the criticism that's been directed at the idea of public-private partnership, which is that it's a one-time only solution. So is debt collection. Debt collection is a one-time only solution. But we need to do both of those things, because we've talked about the need for structural reform, yes, but we also need to get through the immediate short-term cash crisis that this city is facing that isn't entirely due to the need for structural reform. It's also due to an unprecedented meltdown of the global economy that's caused an immediate one-time deficit that we have to address. So yes, do we need to do short-term reforms? Yes. Do we need to reconsider the way we deliver services? You bet. But we need to find every short-term, one-time dollar that we can as well to prevent fiscal insolvency, which is going to have disastrous impacts on city services and on all of the people who are here and on their families and on their livelihood. So I do want, as part of this discussion, I very much agree with what Mr. Alarcon raised here. We need to hear back from the city attorney about the status of all of those debts. We need to know what efforts have been made to collect those debts, what their status is. And we can't have this discussion without knowing that. But at the same time, staff started to discuss, and I never did hear the answer to it, how do we deal with those who owe us money when we're considering pre-qualification and other things for these sorts of public-private concessions? Can you talk a little bit about how debtors are dealt with in whether or not they're eligible for participation in this kind of an agreement?
Well, certainly from my standpoint, I would not bring back to the council a recommendation to proceed with someone who owes the city money. So a condition of participating in this process is going to have to be settling any debts that they owe to the city.
And I would think that we would add a sentence to the RFP that says you're not eligible to bid if there is you or any of your affiliates have uncollected liabilities to the city.
Correct. They wouldn't even qualify.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, who at the table is going to come back tomorrow with some answers on the list that Mr. Alarcon
Both Department of Finance and City Attorney will be here tomorrow in the mid-year.
So they'll answer it. And whose responsibility for the $72 million? That's a little high, Jerry. I mean, would that be, someone should be able to see that. How long do you think this won, the $72 million? Because I believe the former controller had a conference on this issue here, and what happened to her actions? We have a city attorney here, a great veteran city service. Mr. Bradley's there. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. How are you, Councilman?
Okay. You want to answer that at all?
What I can answer, and just for the record, I'm Noreen Vincent from the City Attorney's Office, is that responding to that list, I would be happy to take it back to the office and be prepared to have someone, myself included, be here tomorrow to address your questions.
Right.
The Office of Finance, I don't know if those are still in the Office of Finance, but to the extent that they're over in our office, we'll be absolutely prepared to come forward and tell you the status of all those cases.
And I do believe also that tomorrow, during the discussion of the mid-year and the 3-year plan, the CAO will be discussing this with the Office of Finance.
I remember years ago I met a Miss Ned Smith. I believe Ned Smith was her name. She worked on the second floor. She said some of this information is confidential. Is that true?
Yes, there is a confidentiality provision in the Muni Code. To the extent that those are cases that have been filed, it would be public information.
So this is public information then?
If they're cases that have been filed. And our office has filed somewhere over 600 cases, and since July 1, we've collected almost $2 million.
Very good. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, many people talked about collection. There'll be a motion that will come out of Budget and Finance next week so that we will put together a task force of Department of Finance, City Attorney, CAO, to talk about what's the strategy of going after this top 250. So that was a concern. The other issue Mr. LaRange brought up on the list, that's actually on the Department of Finance website, so it is public information. And colleagues, I think on this issue, certainly Mr. Smith talked about that he's been on both sides of the issue, so have I. Initially, I voted on moving forward for the original study, but I did that because I thought we were going to limit it to the $500,000 study. And so it then went to $650 or $640, and then the next thing we have is saying another $500 to continue. And I think, as we mentioned at Budget and Finance yesterday, was that we expect that this report will come back and you'll have another shot at it as to what the issues are in dealing with whether you accept the deal. The one thing that I'm pleased to also support, Ms. Perry put together a motion, and I think if we don't spend some time just looking very carefully if this goes to pass, what are we going to do with the money? And if we just put it in the reserve fund, we won't know where it is in 6 months to a year. So there has to be some constructive way that we put it either in the emergency reserve, where it can't be touched unless there is a declared emergency. It cannot just be as one-time money disappear, or we will be in the front page of the newspaper like Mayor Daley saying, where's my $1.8 billion, and they own my meters. And so it's something that we have to seriously look at. Again, when the deal comes back, we'll all get a chance to vote on it, but realize we're going to invest $1.something million to get to the point to make that vote. And I do think, as Richard brought up, that anybody that owes us money, and I think there's systems in place already to detect that, wouldn't be eligible to even apply. And I think that's the kind of thing that we need to make sure. But it is something that's very serious about our reserve fund. We talked for 12 hours yesterday in Budget and Finance, and the key message that came unanimously, and although we didn't have a unanimous report on everything, was that we sent a message to the CAO that we didn't believe that it was proper nor in our best interest to make our reserve fund diminished to the point of being in the low $20 million and starting the year with not enough money to actually run the city of Los Angeles. We didn't think it was that we should put ourselves in a position to have a reserve fund that didn't allow us to get a trans. Or to get a trans is so expensive we can't afford it. So these are things I think we'll all get a chance to look at, but again, understand that it is going to be costly to get to that point, and how that deal is constructed, whether it's on the front end where you get a lump of money, or whether you take it as it relates to annually or every so many years. But also understand, as these deals are put together, the more control you take away from those that are in the system, the less money you're going to retrieve. So if you want to stay in control of the fees and the cost of the parking, if you want to have money on the front end and also throughout the life of the contract, that diminishes what money you're going to get. And when you start counting up 50 years, or whatever that number is, and you start looking at it, how much money per year are you going to retrieve? And if you're going to get it in the first 10 years and 40 years with no money, those are all things that have to be considered as to whether it's a worthy cause to go forward on. But again, I think yesterday I voted against it. Today I just decided to speak because there were so many questions that came up that came out of the committee. But I think we do have to wait back, and although I was very concerned about the other 500,000, we do have to wait and see what the deal looks like. But again, realize the more we construct the deal, the more we have control of the deal, the less money you have coming forth.
Mr. Smith.
Call the question.
All right, we have to open the roll on calling Mr. Smith's call to the questions. Please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
All right, let's open the roll on the item.
And Madam President, it's my understanding this was just an instruction to the various agencies here to report.
We've already...
So then we can go ahead and vote on...
Council may wish to note and file the presentation. However, Mr. Alarcon did make one motion, seconded by Mr. Cardenas.
For report back, yeah.
All right, so we can consolidate the two items. Can we do that, or do we need to vote on Mr. Alarcon's motion separately?
Mr. Alarcon is indicating that he does have a written motion that has not been circulated to the clerk
Can I read it into the
yet.
record and see if you approve? Okay. I move that the private operation of publicly owned parking lots restrict any company, corporation, partnership, or individual who has outstanding balances in the past, due taxes or fees. This restriction shall also apply to newly formed companies, corporations, partnerships, and individuals with partners who have reorganized from or are created with individuals, partners, or entities who come from a company that has or continues to have any outstanding balance of taxes due and also applies to fees. I further move that any operator of a publicly owned parking lot show long-term financial stability and capacity to maintain their operational obligation under this new partnership. That was the spirit in which I introduced this. I added a little piece to try and address Mr. Zine's concern, but if you would accept that as a friendly amendment.
All right, that would be without objection, accepted as a friendly amendment. Mr. Cardenas?
Point of clarification, taxes due to the city of Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said taxes due.
Yes. So far,
All
only in the
right,
city.
so if Mr. Krikorian?
Sorry, one other point of clarification, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon, I don't mean to wordsmith this on the fly, but there was a line in there about any entity with an outstanding balance. I think it should be an outstanding delinquent or a delinquent outstanding balance, because in the ordinary
It says
course,
outstanding
people
balance
may...
of past due taxes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So if there is no objection, we will consolidate Mr. Alarcon's friendly amendment with the item before us, and then we will now open the roll on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item. Yes.
Of item number 11.
Okay, Mr. Alarcon has requested reconsideration on item 11. Is there, open the roll on that, please? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 11 is now before us. Mr. Alarcon.
I know. Members, item number 11 is the actual RFQ that was related to the long-term concession and lease. There's a 420-page report attached to that. It went through as a consent item. I think most of us didn't even know that that was the actual RFQ. The reason that I am
asking for reconsideration is because I would like to insert the motion that we just made relative to the report that's coming back into the RFQ. And I'm not clear that to do it by virtue of item number 17, we accomplish the same for item number 11, and I want to make that perfectly clear. So I would ask that we reconsider item number 11 for the purpose of revoting to insert the motion attached to item number 17.
It's been reconsidered already, so you might want to move it now.
I move it.
Okay. Second.
All right, second, moved by Mr. Alarcon, seconded by Mr. Garcetti. Would you please open the roll on that item? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
As amended. Next item.
Item 16, called special for cards and by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti, we have a number of cards on this item. Would you like to speak first? And then we'll
Sure, if I can say 30 seconds of just framing up on this and then move forward. Thank you to our union members who are here on this. I think we share the same perspective on this, and after public comment, I'll be asking our personnel department and our city administrative officer to come forward on the motion that we put forward here to immediately give us a report on the status of the implementation of Coalition of Los Angeles Union concessions. Specifically, are people being transferred, are vacation times actually being absorbed, and are the ERIPs being processed as quickly as possible to save money and ultimately save workers' jobs. So look forward to hearing from the unions. I'll reserve the rest of my time and I'll start asking questions of those who are in charge of that, who are working to make sure that that happens and to make sure that we can continue to hold everyone's feet to the fire. So I'll turn it over to our public comment.
All right, then what I will do is call people four at a time. Dr. Clyde Williams. Dr. Williams, are you still here? All right, Dr. Williams does not appear to be in the chamber. Phyllis Dougherty. Phyllis, are you still here? Come on up, Phyllis Dougherty. Jacob Miller, and Dan Mariscal.
Phyllis Dougherty. I'm going to be speaking as a private individual now because I worked for the city for 16 years, but also I've worked in private industry. I've owned my own business, and I own income property that I manage. This is a management problem, not an income problem that's happening here, because we knew years ago that this was going to happen, and we know that municipalities are going to be behind the curve when the upswing comes. When I saw the problem coming, and I have property and I have employees that I wanted to be sure were all right, I made sure that I moved them into my property if they needed to pay rent, so that rather than my having a vacancy, they were paying their money to me, and I could make sure that they were able to continue working and have a place to live. The city of Los Angeles is all of a sudden trying to catch up with the problem that we knew that would exist a long time ago. I have been coming in here for 4 years asking you to consider administrative citations, which would tremendously increase the income to the city, because we would then be getting money from the perpetrators rather than from the good people. The effort to punish people for prospering or for complying with the law in this city has become a way of handling a deficit. And we must actually start turning, as Councilman Alarcon said, to the people that are violating the law and let them pick up the slack. We have to keep these employees working, and they Councilman Garcetti, unfortunately, we've got to provide a plan by which their ideas can come to you. It doesn't matter what ideas they have. They cannot go by the levels of management in the city without being punished for going out of the chain of command. And if that's not set up for them, it won't happen. The employees in Animal Services can do licensing. They have been begging to bring in revenue with administrative citations for years, and no one has listened to them. It's the same in all of our city departments. Let the employees have a way to tell you.
Thank you very much. Jacob Miller.
Madam President, just very briefly, so right before you start, we have, and I encourage folks to talk to the heads of their unions. We had some private conversations on this. I met with the coalition and all the heads of that, arranging, because of those fears that sometimes people have because of management, to be able to go through their stewards, to be able to go through their business reps, to be able to go through their union leaders, and those ideas will be brought to us and the CAO to make sure that those can move forward as judiciously as possible.
Mr. Miller.
Yes. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Jacob Miller. I work for the Department of Animal Services. I've worked for them for the last 8 years. Basically, I just came here to tell you guys that we are working hard with Animal Services and with the unions to find cost-saving measures that could help streamline the services that we provide to the city without dramatic impact. One thing, though, that I did want to speak about is licensed canvassing. Licensed canvassing needs to continue. There exists a potential to bring in millions. Less than 10 canvassers brought in around $500,000 last year. Techniques and strategies to collect keep getting better. And, I just want you guys to take a moment to imagine the return on the investment of just hiring 5 new canvassers funded by just dropping some non-essential management positions up on the top. It would definitely really help, and all we really need is just a little bit of restructuring our department. I think that we would definitely be financially viable, and we provide a very important service to the city a lot of people tend to overlook. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dan Mariscal. And following Mr. Mariscal will be Amel Andrews, Louis Blackshear III, and Terrence Harvey.
Thank you. Many months ago, we came to the City Council with our hand extended, and in the other hand, we had a whole collective bag full of ideas on how to address this. We also came with a bunch of warnings as to what the situation would be evolving into. We got lip service. And then in June, we voted on a concessionary contract. All of us voted, and we presented it to the City Council. You all sat on your hands, you waited till it rotted, and said you wanted more. So we gave you more. We put in some blood, and we threw in some bone marrow on top of that. Then 2 hours after you ratified the contract, DWP gets a raise. What's that all about? I thought we were in a fiscal emergency. It's declared. Apparently you can pick and choose over where the fiscal emergency applies. And apparently it doesn't apply to us. What's going on here? You turned the word city leadership into an oxymoron. We know that. We read the City Council minutes. We've been keeping track. We circulate it. What we need here is some real leadership. What we may need is a well-funded, timely, and organized recall.
Amel Andrews.
My name is Emil Andrews. I work for the Sanitation Department. And all due respect to this council and their members, and I wish and I pray that the members give the workers their due respect. Because sanitation has been working under several years of a threat of privatization. We come to work, we don't know if we're going to come back tomorrow, or if we're going to see another company doing storm drains, and then they say we're not sending no jobs out. I'm speaking for myself. I gave the city 2 shoulders. I had 2 rotated shoulders, surgery. Now, what private job will hire me on a maintenance labor job where I got 2 bad shoulders, but I gave it to the city? But then they give us this little badge, talking about we the best. But then again, we can't get no money. We can't get no raise. Sanitation make their own money. They generate their own money, just like DWP. I'm not talking about them, but if they can control their money, why can't we control ours instead of giving it to the general fund or the police? We need more control. And if sanitation do get private, where am I going to go? What job going to hire me with 2 bad rotated cup shoulders? Thank you.
Mr. Louis Blackshear III.
I work for wastewater collection, and unlike the Department of Water and Power, we're
has water mains rupturing and busting all over the city. Wastewater collection is in full compliance with federal regulations, state regulation. Our response time to customer service complaints is excellent. Our response time to councilmatic complaints is excellent. And as was mentioned, we are rated as #1 in the state of California.
Next board speaker is Terrence Harvey, Alan Pishak. Alan Pishak, are you here? Pishak, Alan, and Mr. Zumadog, are you here? All right, Mr. Zumadog's no longer in the chambers. And Cheryl Parisi and Michael Watrin.
Well, my name is Terrence Harvey, and I've been with the City of L.A. for about 5 years, going on 6, Lord willing, if you don't take our jobs away from us in September. Well, I wanted to discuss that you gave us a 25% raise over a few years, a couple of years ago, then all of a sudden you coming up with all these excuses about the money's being short, and we felt like we're being lied, cheated, and double-crossed. And the mayor should be here right now to hear what we have to say, and that is a complete insult. You know, we generate our own funds, our response times is great, we have very little spills, and we do our jobs. And we go out there and bust our behinds every day, and this is what we get now, is privatization, and I feel like the COA is trying to sell us out. And it would be shame for all you council members to sit there and condone these people to sell us out for no reason at all. This was coming for a long time, and what's wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. I speak for everybody else in here. They taking food off our tables and it's food out of our children's mouths, and I take that very personal. I'm sorry, it's just a complete insult to what is really going on right now. We have to suffer for someone else's mistakes, and it's not right. Somebody in the finances dropped the ball, and they need to own up to it and face the responsibility and come up with a way to fix the problem. I don't think any other council member in the past would even condone that, even the great Kenneth Hahn. Some of you may not like that. He would not condone that at all. But I'm being a man, I'm going to say what I want to say. They can do whatever they want to me, they can hate my guts or whatever, but hey, I just have to tell the truth. And it's not right what's going on right here.
Alan Pishak. Following Mr. Pishak will be Cheryl Parisi, Michael Watrin, and then we'll go to Van Nuys for Donna Pearman.
Thank you once again, members of council, for allowing me to speak. My name is Alan Pishak. Bargaining team member, Chief Stewart with SEIU Local 721. Yesterday at the Budget Finance Committee, I heard Mr. Park say that applauding and applause and cheering would slow up the process. How much slower can the process get in implementing our agreement? We've waited and we've seen nothing but foot dragging. It's costing the city more on a daily basis the more you drag your feet. 2,400 people applied for ERIP. 400 have been processed. 2,000 still on the books. They're being paid. And you want us to give back more? Twice we've given back to the city in contract negotiations. Twice you've gone to DWP and gave them outrageous contracts. This is ridiculous. We are not pawns here. You said shared sacrifice by all city employees. Why not DWP? They're a city agency. Same person signs their check that signs mine. Same seals on their truck as on mine. Airports generate their own revenue. Harbor generates its own revenue. It's about time we stand together. Either we stand together as one city, or you're going to divide us. You keep asking us to give back more. We can't see that. Not anymore. Thank you.
Michael Watrin. Is Michael Watrin? Michael Watrin.
Good afternoon, Los Angeles City Council. Laying off 1,000 or 2,000 city workers will not solve the budget crisis. It is a short-sighted solution to a major problem. We have to come up with a solution and not use old-school methods to deal with the old-school problem. These city workers work hard. The idea that we sit around and do nothing is absolutely wrong. We're hardworking, we care about the city we live in, and we are city workers. The time to stop arguing is now. I am not satisfied with the mayor's solution, and the writing's on the wall for him. It's time for him to step down. LA City workers are hard workers and they're fighters. We're not going to go down easy. If you need a proposal or a solution to the problem, why don't you start with contractors? How many hundreds of millions of dollars did you save by getting rid of contractors? I understand some of their contracts are current, but don't renew them. It's time for other people to take a hit. City workers have already made concessions. We can't make any more. I would thank you for your time. And once again, come up with a solution, a viable solution, not lay off city workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Parisi, before you get started, I see you're standing with a group of people, and I'm assuming that each one of you would like your 2 minutes to speak. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unless you want to all come under one. So why don't you let me go out to the valley, let Donna Pearman speak, and then I'll call on all of you, and you can each have your 2 minutes. Let's go out to Van Nuys to
Donna Pearman.
Donna Pearman, and then Donna Pearman should be out there with...
Miriam Fogler's out there, too.
Miriam Fogler is out there. Let's let them both speak, and then we'll come back to City Hall.
Okay, thank you. First, we need to lift or unfreeze all tax increment property tax revenue to be returned to the city from the CRA to be returned to the LA. Anyway, we need to merge sanitation and DWP. I'm totally against layoffs. We need to keep the money, take away the money from the CRA. There was a emergency in sanitation, had a big leak in sanitation because they didn't have people work on the core hours. We need them there at the core hours to take care of the basic needs. We need the sanitation away from the general fund like DWP does it. Sanitation has highly trained employees and their work to do it correctly. It hurts to take away their cost of living and put them on furlough. Penny wise, dollar foolish. Instead of employees working core hours, have an emergency and put them on overtime. We need to cut back on the CAO and the CLA, who get highly paid salaries. It's a safety issue putting City Hall inspectors on furlough. You put the most essential with cutbacks. You need to go back to these don't cut back on the essentials, cut back on the non-essential like the CRA. How dare they say the city employees have to make concessions, tighten their belt when the city councils works for the CRA. We need to put the CAOs and the CLA on furlough. You need to stop letting places like LA Live get money from the city and charge $20 for parking. That's double dipping. You need to stop the redevelopers. You need to stop the CRA from owning the city council. They're destroying the city, hurting the employees. City employees shouldn't have to give any concessions. Our city council has to stop wasting our money. And they're hurting the taxpayers. They're taking tax increment money. We need to stop that, not laying off employees. We need them more than you.
Miriam Fogler.
I've been coming here for 25, 30 years, folks. When I was here, when Ernie Bernardi here, he tried to stop the CRA from taking all the tax money, and he told us, he said that money's going to destroy the city of Los Angeles and put us in this situation that we're in now. Because you people are taking fire and police services money away, you're taking away sanitation services away, general fund money away, and diverting it to the CRA. That's how you're doing it, folks, and this is stealing, legalized stealing, and I'm asking the federal government to step in and stop your legalized stealing. You're a bunch of criminals. In my opinion, you should all be put in jail. This is illegal, absolutely illegal. You cannot go after people who have signed a contract here. You are illegal. Totally. And we need to do something to consolidate the government here so that it works more efficiently. Sanitation should be work with water and power. They shouldn't be getting raises when sanitation isn't getting into their raises. How dare you ask the city workers to make concessions? You make concessions. How dare you? And said David Salzberg too. How dare you, David, ask them to make concessions when you're not even working? How dare people give up their paychecks and work. When you're not even working yourself, you're a hypocrite, David Salzberg. You're the one that's causing all the problems. And so is all the city politicians here. They're all against us. They want to take away our gun rights. They want to take away our rights and get rid of the middle class. That's exactly what they're doing, folks. I'm telling you right now, Ernie Bernardi, Howard Jarvis, Paul Gann, and Howard Watts all were here to warn you against what they've been doing here, stealing from the taxpayers, folks, and then undermine us and cut out the middle class and the public workers from their pay, from decent wages. We fought very hard in this country. My grandmother worked in a sweatshop. How dare you try? That's a chutzpah! A chutzpah! I made you a chutzpah! Choose, go home!
Thank you. All right, Cheryl Parisi, Julie Butcher, Victor Gordo, Robbie Hunter, and Rob Schoonover, if you could come on up to the mic. Is Rob Schoonover here?
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Parisi, and I'm here with my colleagues representing 22,000 city workers, members of 6 international unions, and your partners. We came together and partnered with this council's leadership to reach an agreement last November. In that agreement, we secured $152 million in savings for this year's budget. But that was not all. The agreement was negotiated at a time of economic uncertainty, and as a result, we negotiated and agreed to specific provisions in this agreement which provided a roadmap for future savings. And I want to talk about what those are and encourage you to move expeditiously. Number one, the pace of the early retirements is too slow. If this is an emergency, let's act like it. Let's assign as many workers as necessary to expeditiously process the early retirements so that that process is concluded. We support allowing the additional 500 workers on the waiting list of ERIP to retire so that we can move up to the maximum number in the actuarial study of 2763. The ERIP had two parts. The first was to move workers off into early retirement, and the second was to realize maximum savings on the general fund. The FSR has identified 1,039 positions vacant in special funds. We ask that you move now. Let's move 1,039 workers in general fund positions into these special funded positions. No layoffs. Let's transfer workers now.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Okay? Thank you very much. Mr. Gordo.
Thank you. Let me remind the council some of the things that are off the table. First off, privatization. Our agreement contains clear and unambiguous language that privatization is not an option. While we're prepared to talk about strategic public-private partnerships, don't for 1 minute believe that blanket privatization is on the table. In fact, our agreement says that there will be no savings should you move to privatize any of our jobs, because our agreement clearly states that no coalition member will lose his or her job as a result of this council's move, this city's move to privatize any positions. Layoffs. The agreement is clear and unambiguous. This council does not have the right, and this city does not have the right to lay off any coalition member through the close of this fiscal year. Instead, let's focus on real solutions, full implementation of our agreement, and we have been partners and we intend to continue to be partners. Our members are proud to serve the people in the city of Los Angeles, and we would like real solutions. We'd like to work with all of you. A debtors task force is a tremendous idea. The first thing that debtors task force should do is focus on the assets of every single one of those debtors to ensure that those assets are not moved. Let's place a lien on every single one of the assets for every single one of those debtors. Let's move to transfer as many people as we possibly can, not yesterday, not today, today, but today.
into each of those open ERIP positions. And then contractors. You're asking every single one of the members of this city family to feel the pain. Anyone with a personal services contract should be asked to feel the pain as well. We should ask for that 10% reduction in the hourly rates that any and all outside contractors are billing the city of Los Angeles. In the end, we've made progress together. Let's continue to do that for the benefit of the people of Los Angeles.
Miss Butcher, and then Mr. Hunter. Ms. Butcher, your card was called too.
Julie Butcher, SEIU, with the coalition. One of the tools that this agreement provides is the opportunity for this city to act like this is a crisis and that we're all in this together and that it is all one city. Many of the workers before you are tree surgeons. They trim the trees of Los Angeles, respond to emergencies, deal with rain when we have it, and do that cheaper than any contractor in the city of Los Angeles. We have proprietary departments that are contracting for this work. This is an opportunity to figure out how to contract work in the most cost-effective way that provides the best service for the people of Los Angeles and protects the services that we provide. City workers clearly have stepped up to work with this city. We expect to be part of the future of this city in a way that makes the most economic sense. We expect you to use the tools that are provided to management to manage.
Mr. Hunter.
Robbie Hunter, Building Trades. You know, the workers of the city and the workers of the building trades really do believe that this is a partnership. If the city does well, we do well. And if it doesn't do good, we don't do good. You know, we like to work with the city. The city received $533 million in federal stimulus money. We'd like to look with the city to see where the best places this can be used for to help us with our budget. You know, we moved 2,400 of our own people, our own members, out of the system, and we negotiated language not to replace them. And that was so the people on the top that had paid for their homes and could afford to go into retirement could do that, so 2,400 young people on the bottom who have homes and kids and are providing services on the streets could stay and provide those services. We provided and negotiated many answers with the city and the city council in particular, and we'd like to be here as partners to find ways to get through this period. Thank you.
Mr. Schoonover.
Bob Schoonover, President SEIU 721, 30-year plus city employee. You know, a few months ago we were here, I think it was, I don't know, $470 million or something, and it was decided our share was 78. We had like 48 hours to do it. And, you know, the CAO was new at the time, and it was a problem that got dumped on him. But we worked with him, and that was a tough thing to do in 48 hours, but we did it. And one thing I keep remember hearing from him was that we were going to work together in the future because this was really too big a problem to tackle all at one time. So we were going to be working on problems that were, you know, 10 million or 15 million or maybe 20 million. Well, instead, we got like a $200 million problem here today, and we haven't been working on it. We got a proposal for how to fix it. Now, I think the way to fix this problem is everybody, the council members, their staff, the CAO, their staff, the budget, the controller, everybody behind me, all the unions, we all work together and we fix it. But we don't get locked into a position where we wind up like this. We knew that there was going to be revenue problems because the revenues in a bad economy fall short of projections. That's called a recession. It isn't surprising that we didn't meet the expectations. We have to find a more prudent way to deal with these things going forward. We all know there's a structural deficit in the city. We can't fix the entire structural deficit in a year like this year. This is not a normal year. This is an extraordinary year, extraordinarily down. Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
Good morning, Lance Bedoya. I represent Operating Engineers Local 501. I'll be brief, as my colleagues have already addressed a lot of the issues that we've been meeting with you guys for the last couple of weeks. This coalition will continue to keep a dialogue open with the council, with the mayor. We've shown over this period of time that we will step up and help this city, that these members of ours will help this city, and they have good ideas. Our members cannot be the only ones sacrificing when others are not. And, we need to get by this. Our agreement needs to be put into full force and effect. We believe that this has not happened at a quick enough pace, but we will continue to be here to work with you guys on this issue. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir, I don't have a card for you. Can you prepare a card and put it into the record?
Yes.
Speaker's card. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you. James Ross, Michael Hunt. Is Michael Hunt here? Michael Hunt, John Hawkins, and Chad Doy.
Good afternoon. My name is James Ross, and it's pretty much all been said. We feel the fact that you're moving too slow on the EREP and losing money and threatening these people with losing their jobs when they could be filling positions out there. It's imperative that you people kind of get together. You made a deal with us, and you left it stand. You need to get out there and push these people to get it done with. We really need you to make a move and get these people out of here and save these people's jobs. Thank you.
Michael Hunt.
Yes, good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Michael Hunt. I work for the City of Los Angeles Department of Transportation. I'm a transportation engineer, and my section oversees roughly $40 million in special funded, grant-funded projects. Some of which you'll know, the Sepulveda reversible lane, Skirball widening, San Fernando Road widening from the 5 to the 2, in addition to the I-405 northbound HOV lanes. My section is not general funded, yet I am on furloughs. It doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody. We're reducing services to the community. We're causing my projects to fall behind schedule. And most importantly, is my fear is that we're going to lose the $40 million in grant funding because I can't do my job. We're going to de-obligate things. I can't meet the timelines. I can't produce the services that you're asking me to do. The city needs to work with us. You need to work with the city employees. You need to work with the coalition of city unions. We need to make intelligent budget decisions, not just budget decisions, but intelligent ones that make sense. I'm confident that if we work together, we can make intelligent decisions, like filling specially funded positions with general funded ones. That just makes sense. Let's do it. Why are we waiting? Why am I on furloughs? Nothing makes sense right now. We need to take action now. We can't wait. We all know the longer we wait, the more this is going to cost. Let's do it now, please. We can eliminate furloughs. We can actually reduce or even prevent layoffs, but we need to take action now. Please, I implore you, take action now. Thank you.
John Hawkins.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you. Many of you know me by face, and some of you by name. I have worked with you over the years. I worked for ITA. 11 years ago, 1 month and a couple of days ago, I was in the private industry, and I left the private industry to come work for the city, taking a 20% pay cut because money wasn't everything. It was the opportunity to provide a service, and I was just making money, but I wanted to work in an area where I was effecting a change. I've been very happy working for you directly and indirectly. I work in a support area that makes it available for the police to do their job, for the firefighters to do their job, for each of you to do your job. That's a fortunate position to be in. I have personally been laid off in the past from a different company, and I've seen layoffs, and I know the effects that it has on families where you have an engineer working and putting up a satellite one moment and then living out of his car the next, where you see families that are devastated. My father was laid off from a company, and we lost the house. The whole family was disrupted. These are realities to the decisions that you make on an everyday business. I can only ask God above that He grants you the wisdom to make the right decisions all the time. I beg and implore you that you consider putting in every motion that is less impactful to the individual resources, the workers that work happily for you, to get this financial condition under control. There are solutions. Please work with us, not separate and apart from us. I thank you for your time.
Chad Doy.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Chad Doy, and I'm an employee of the Department of Building and Safety. I serve the public as a plan check engineer, making sure buildings that are built in the city meet code and keep the public safe. I'm here today to ask you to move quickly to fully implement the coalition agreement, which can save the city over $2 billion in 5 years, including promptly processing the early retirements and moving staff from the general fund to specially funded positions where they exist. Although unfortunately I'm not part of the coalition agreement, the result of the delays affect myself and others in the city. In building and safety, we're currently on furloughs, and there's a proposal to lay off 20 of my coworkers in the department. These particular cuts hinder the city's ability to assist residential and commercial development, which is essential for economic recovery, and it jeopardizes public safety. So again, I'd just like to ask you and to stress the importance of implementing the coalition agreement quickly and fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen Kermeyer. Steve Kermeyer. Erica Nicholson, are you here? Yes. Okay, come on up. Erica Nicholson. Timothy Butcher. Blanca Flores. Is Blanca Flores still here? Is Blanca Flores here in the chamber? And then Victor Aguilar. All right, Ms. Flores is not here. Is Victor Aguilar here? Victor Aguilar. All right. Mr. Kermeyer.
Good afternoon, Madam President and honorable members of the City Council of Los Angeles. My name is Steve Kermeyer. I'm in the Department of Public Works, Bureau of Street Lighting, which is special funded like the Bureau of Sanitation. I want to talk about furloughs and layoffs and not filling vacant positions and the impacts it has on our work. It has or will delay progress of a plan to convert 140,000 streetlights to LEDs, which would result in $10 million in annual savings as a result of reduced maintenance and energy costs within 5 years. In addition, it will reduce by tons the amount of fossil fuel emissions, and Mayor Villaraigosa talked about this in the recent climate summit at Copenhagen. These savings are jeopardized by existing furloughs, possible continued furloughs, and possible layoffs, as well as not filling vacant positions. Also, I currently manage the design of intersection lighting in support of the DOT, primarily for the Automated Traffic Surveillance and Control Program. It's a division of 13 with 3 vacancies, which I am currently unable to fill. This, combined with 10% loss of staff time for furloughs and the inability to work overtime as in the past, has resulted in a 40% loss of human resources in my division, reducing the pace of improvement in traffic congestion, vehicular and pedestrian safety, and crime reduction. And finally, I'd like to urge you to think big and come up with big solutions, or we're going to come up with little Band-Aids every 6 months and be asked for more concessions and have more difficult decisions later on. Electricity comes from generating plants, goes through wires, and goes to street lights. In every other city, this is one agency, yet in this city, street lighting bills DWP for annual maintenance, and DWP charges street lighting for money, and there's a lot of overlap there.
Thank you. Erica Nicholson.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Erica Nicholson. I work for the Department of General Services, and I presently have 23 years with the Department of General Services. As I stand here today, my heart is hurting. I know we all have a hard job to do, We have a great deficit that we all are trying to face. I say to all of you, pray, work together, and let's think of a plan to make all of our jobs better. I say to you, implement our contract. I say to you, implement our contract. Please, please, no layoffs. Please, please, no contracts. We are the best. The custodial personnel service everyone here. Without us, the city would not be clean. Cleanliness is the closest thing to God. I've worked hard all my life, and I'm very proud of who I stand for. I'm a union. I support my union, and I support all of you, because we all are a team. I ask you to stop the furloughs as soon as possible. I know it's hard for you with these decisions, but with all of us taking in consideration that we all are somebody, that we all are a team, that we all need a job, we all have families, we all have homes, our kids are going to college, but without a job, nothing can be done. I'm not here to make you feel bad. I'm here to let you know I love you, I applaud you, but I'm asking all of us, let's get a plan for all of us, and we can do it. We work for a multimillionaire company, the city of Los Angeles. So I say to you, let's do this right. God bless all of you.
Timothy Butcher.
Members of the council, my name is Timothy Butcher, no relation to Julie. I'm a heavy-duty truck operator in street services. We fix your streets. I'm a shop steward, a 10-year employee in the city. My purpose in speaking to you today was to, to encourage you to work with us. I know that sentiment has been echoed a lot and brought out a lot today. I stood before you, was it 4 months ago? 5 months ago when we were here before. I was encouraged by the things I heard then. I'm actually encouraged by some of the things I've heard today. It seems to me, though, that there are certain elements in city government, particularly the executive and those appointed by the executive, that tend to have a no response to everything. No. No. No matter what we propose, no matter what we ask, no. It's going to be this way. We're not going to look at anything else. Again, I say I'm encouraged by what I heard here today. A lot of the things that you've thrown out are good ideas, especially the kind of think outside of the box thinking. That's what we're hoping for from you. One example I can give you in street services is we're cut ourselves down so much it's almost impossible for us to get our job done, to the point where, there's monies available inside and outside of the city for us to pave more miles, but no, we can't do that. CAO won't allow us to get the people. We want to do the job. We're in a position where we can do the job, but no. Please help break that logjam. Please continue to work with us. Thank you.
Blanca Flores. Is Blanca Flores here? Victor Aguilar. All right. Deborah Hale. Deborah Hale, are you here? Deborah Hale. Richard Serrano. Richard Serrano, are you here? All right. Rafael Garcia, are you here? Come on up, Rafael Garcia. And then the final speaker on this item is Simboa Wright. Mr. Garcia, come on up, and then Mr. Wright will speak after you.
Good afternoon, councilmen and councilwomen, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafael Garcia, automotive mechanic, general services, fleet division, CSY, automotive repair facility, 14 and a half years employee, Vietnam veteran, Northridge earthquake, humanitarian, military veteran, Rodney King, civil disorder, military active duty veteran, veteran of war and global terrorism, veteran of Operation Enduring Freedom, SEIU steward, SEIU bargaining team member, and SEIU International Convention delegate. I want to thank you sincerely for your reaching out to the members and listening to us. I see a lot of real attentiveness and sincerity on your part. The fundamental foundation of any civilization is its cities. A city is the seat of local government. When a municipality faces a crisis, it turns to its public servants. In recent times, the Northridge earthquake, the Rodney King civil disorder, mudslides, sinkholes, Griffith Park woodland fires, just to mention first responders in recent history. We are your tools for implementing the services you provide your constituents. If you can imagine Albert Einstein with a huge equation, I mean, that's the way I perceive you guys dealing with this situation, one of those incredible equations that maybe 2 or 3 people in the universe, and some of them aren't alive, would understand. I mean, you guys are in a hard fix. But I want to throw you a curve, and that's the 4-day, 10-hour work week with global warming, traffic, air. Can you please have one of your staff members find out how many municipalities in Southern California are on a 4-day work week, and they're doing it for economic reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And final speaker? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Sambuya Wright. I work for Bureau of Sanitation, wastewater collections. Let's start with, we as city employees gave you guys the tools to work with. Can you guys take leadership and work with these tools? The ERIP, we already furloughed about 5%. And let's also start with, we're family. We're all family. I'm very proud to work here for the city of Los Angeles. I have a cousin who works for Riverside. I brag about, well, the city of LA is the best. Oh, Riverside, oh, San Diego, all this. I brag about it. So what I'm asking you guys is to look at us as your family members, not your employees. Family takes care of family. So let's take care of each other. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon? Oh, Mr. Garcetti, excuse me, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. Still with opening. Thank you, everybody, for your patience this morning. Our last speaker took the words out of my mouth. We're family not just when we have victories and when we're here to celebrate the breakthroughs. We're family when folks are saying, you know, recall you or we'll pray for you too. We're family whether we like it or not, whether we want to create an artificial line here or not. We're the same city, the same people. All 15 people here tell the stories of the sometimes faceless and nameless people. Remember during secession when all we heard was how bad city employees were? We went out there and we fought and we went door to door together, hand in hand. Letting people know that on weekends I've been alongside city workers who, as we're doing an alley cleanup, they're not on any time. They're not on overtime. They're not on regular time, but they know that community just like council staff do. And they wanted to come out because of a personal relationship they had with the tenants in a building that for too many years have wanted a clean alleyway where there's not crime and drug dealing and prostitution. I've told the stories. We continue to do it on our website actually once a week, I think. We have a new city employee that we put out there. We have lunches in which we celebrate people within departments who otherwise go unnoticed. We come to recognition ceremonies, not because there's a political upside in it, but because we're family. We believe that in our bones, we believe it in our hearts, we believe it in our guts, and we believe it in our minds. A couple things about what was said, because we give you the courtesy, as we should, to speak first. A lot of the suggestions that you put out there, the ERIP, sitting down and making sure that we're listening. I want you to know, and I think your union leaders would also tell you and confirm this, that we have been sitting down and ensuring that where there are not workers at the table, workers will and are at the table. So that every single week, any of those suggestions, there is a route for you to say that up within the union leadership. You don't have to rely on a department or a bureau that you work for, and they bring those to the table with us, and we scrub those numbers, and we scrub them good. Just like we did in September. We sat around and we acknowledged as a family together that numbers don't lie. He said, do we believe these numbers? And union leaders could say, yes, we believe them. And we could say, yes, we believe them. Or we could correct each other where we knew something more, and quite often, as I said before, city employees know more than the managers do, and more than the council, and more than the mayor. We know that. We rely on that. We rely as much on your expertise in cutting a tree as we do on the ideas of how to run your departments. So moving forward, the idea, and I know this is kind of the first day we're doing this, we had yesterday with the entire Budget and Finance Committee, we're doing this all the time not because we want to say we're doing it, but because we want this conversation, we want the difficult conversation, we want the insults if they're insults, we want the praise and the hope if there's that. We want the feelings to be out there, but more importantly, we want the work to get done. We want to know how quickly we are doing the early retirements and push them forward without having to demonize folks who have moved from $400 a year to $400 a month, but that's still not good enough. We know that and we hear that, but we also know that that is an accomplishment. Those are city workers themselves that are moving those retirements, and they deserve praise for what's moving forward, but we need more of them, and we need more resources. So the idea now, and we have two motions before us, is to start to dig into these details, not just now and we'll come back a month, but we're doing it again tomorrow. And guess what? We're doing it next week on Tuesday, and next week on Wednesday. And there is no end in sight to those meetings until we fix this problem together. Not on top of you, not behind closed doors without you, but every single day with you and as equals. So with that in mind, I'm going to I have 3 minutes more to open. I'm going to begin those questions, and I'd like to ask our Personnel Department and our CAO to come forward. And the thing that I want to take out of what the workers said is you're right. We actually got it right a few months ago, and we can get it right again. We can actually sit down and figure this stuff out together. And we can make sure that layoffs are the very last thing that anybody mentions or looks at, because we feel the same way that a single layoff, even if it's one person and one family and one house and one student who drops out of college, we feel the ripples of that for decades to come here locally. So I'd like to start with Maggie, who is the head of our Personnel Department, on the early retirement. And the CAO to follow. If we run out of time, I'd like to answer the second question. Maggie, where are we with our retirements? What pace are we at on the early retirements? What have we added in terms of resources? What more resources could we use, and what is the quickest capacity you think we could have? And then for the CAO, what savings did we say we would realize as a part of early retirement this year, and how much are we on pace, above, behind that, to meet that target? Because I know there was one thing, one speaker did say, and if I could respectfully correct one thing, and there's plenty of mistakes I've made that, if you'll indulge me, colleagues, we've all made, mayors have made, we're human beings, we've made mistakes. But when you say this was only made by the mistakes, you could sweep us all out and that economy would have still had a downturn. Double-digit drops 4 quarters in a row hasn't happened since the Great Depression. And I should have asked you ahead of time if there's somebody out there who could have predicted exactly what was going to happen, because we all could have probably made $1 million together. But we are all struggling nationwide with what has happened to our economy. So with that, if the Personnel Director could let us know that, and CAO could let us know, I'll press my button again after other colleagues have spoken. But I wanted to say those words to set the stage, because that is the way we're going to conduct these conversations. And you can come each time and yell at us, you can come each time and pray for us, or you can come each time with an idea that we promise we will be following up. But one thing we're not going to let up on is the pace of this. We will not let up the pace of having this every single day, twice a week, on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And I think the Budget Committee proved themselves last night how long they're willing to work, working past 12 o'clock after an entire workday, and we will make that commitment too. So Maggie, please.
Councilmember, Personnel Department has been primarily involved in the placement and transferring of employees. I think that the CAO can probably respond best to...
Why don't you answer the transfer piece then?
Sure. Beginning in March of 2009, we began sending email blasts to all city employees on a weekly basis. Since that time, we have transferred 258 people to special funded jobs or jobs in proprietary departments. In addition, we have held 64 civil service exams, 50 of which were for proprietary departments, most of which were promotional, which would provide a vehicle for employees to move to proprietary departments. We currently have identified 232 vacancies that are fully special funded. We will be matching job classifications of vacant positions with classifications that are vulnerable to layoff. Excuse me. The Personnel Department is working with departments to fill these positions expeditiously. We will also be looking at opportunities for retraining employees for other jobs that are vacant. We will continue to do everything we can do and be as creative as we can be to mitigate the impact of this economic crisis on our existing workforce.
Good afternoon, Miguel Santana, City Administrative Officer. Let me just start off by saying that 4 months ago, we worked around the clock to establish an agreement that, as was clearly stated today by the people, men and women sitting behind me, that made a significant progress in addressing the deficit that our city was facing at that time. Tomorrow I'll be reporting to you the status of our finances. And in that report, I will indicate that as a direct result of the coalition agreement, that includes in there nearly $80 million worth of concessions that our workforce is having to sacrifice every single day. As a direct result of ERIP, which is generating almost $50 million worth of saving, and as a direct result of the other agreements we achieved with PPL, and the other kinds of furloughs that we've had to unfortunately impose on EAA and the fire modified deployment, with all of those things combined that we worked collectively to implement, we pretty much eliminated the deficit we started with in September of last year. If all we had was an expenditure problem, our expenditure problem would be approximately $30 million. When you have a reserve of $230 million, a hit of $30 million could be absorbed. It's a reasonable thing to take from the reserve that amount and still feel confident that you have enough funds available for a rainy day and to demonstrate to our investors that we're still in solid financial health. So the work that we did in September has saved this city. But more importantly, the workers that sit behind me saved this city. And that is clearly something that they should be very proud of and that we should be very proud of as well. When I talk to my colleagues around the country, whether it's Chicago or New York or San Antonio or in Denver, they cannot believe that we were able to reach this level of an agreement with the workers of Los Angeles, because they can't do the same in their own areas. Unfortunately, the problem we're facing is not just an expenditure problem. As the council president indicated, this recession has hit Los Angeles harder than we could have ever imagined. 4 consecutive quarters of double-digit declines in our revenue. And while we certainly anticipated that we were going to be significantly hit as a result of this global recession, we could have never imagined it would have been as devastating as it is now. So today, we stand with nearly a $200 million deficit that is directly attributed to that drop in revenue. The coalition agreement and all the agreements that we've worked on for the last several months have made a significant effort in addressing the problem we started with. And we're working as hard as we can to implement every aspect of it. You know, when the filing period opened up for ERIP, we work hand in hand with labor. I personally walked the lines that stood outside of our offices with Julie Butcher to make sure that people knew what they needed to prepare with to sign up for ERIP. We dedicated the majority of our office to focus exclusively on the processing of ERIP, because our office was the starting point for the application process. We were the ones who determined whether someone was eligible or not, and then transferred that application over to Lacers so they could begin the actual process of retirement. And we worked as fast as we can, and we were able to complete that entire process in record time. On average, Lacers retires about 500 people a year. That's what their capacity is designed for. Today, they are retiring over 350 people a month. That's several times over the process that they're normally built up for. And LACERS was given additional resources to complete that. They made a commitment to complete the ERIP applications for the savings to be generated in the general fund within a period of 4 months. That was part of our discussion. I know the leadership of the coalition, remember, we sat with Sally. She said, I could probably do it in 5 months, and we pushed her to get it down to 4. Well, she'll have it completed in a period of 3 months for the general fund. By the end of March, all general fund ERIP positions will be fully processed. And that was at the request of the coalition, rightly so, because our problem is in the general fund. Our remaining processing is going to be done in the special funds. And as I indicated, we worked with the mayor's office, with the personnel office, to ask every single department to anticipate the number of vacant positions that they will be able to fill as a result of ERIP and as a result of basic attrition that occurs. We thought it would be in the hundreds, and it is, but it's 250 approximately, as the Director of Personnel indicated. Total as of now. There's already been 250 approximately filled so far, and after engaging in the full sweep of all the positions, that is the number that we've been identified. Now, it is going to be our effort, and as the Director of Personnel indicated, to move as quickly as possible to move those positions that are slated for layoffs to a position that is currently vacant, completely funded by the special fund. And currently it's done on a volunteer basis, and once people start realizing that they may be a victim of a layoff, you rest assured that people will be trying to move as quickly as possible to those special funded positions. Let me address some of the specific points that were raised, if that's okay. There was a question or a specific issue that was raised by Victor Gordo regarding the layoff provision of the agreement. He is absolutely correct. Under the agreement, we are not in a position to lay off any coalition member this fiscal year. There is a reopener, and I have been meeting with the coalition leadership for the last several days to demonstrate that we reached the threshold well beyond the 100 million catastrophic level that is established in our agreement. But at the end of the day, those layoffs cannot proceed, and they will not proceed without the approval of the leadership of the coalition for this fiscal year. I think I was here for the discussion around going after every way possible to generate one-time or ongoing funds for our depleting reserve. And I support the motion that was introduced earlier today regarding going after those debtors that owe the City of Los Angeles millions and millions of dollars. And it was an issue that was discussed yesterday as well, and we'll be working closely with the city attorney to find a way to hold those individuals accountable and so that we could replenish our reserve, so we're not in a position at the end of this fiscal year with a reserve that's virtually wiped out. There was a question about whether we've been aggressively using stimulus money to salvage and strengthen our own revenue. And the city has done that. It always could do a better job, and there are other cities that perhaps have done a better job. But because through the stimulus dollars, we've been able to save hundreds of jobs within street services. And that work that's being done is absolutely critical to the well-being of the city. The question about privatization that was raised, the agreement, as was stated, is very clear about that. We are not to lay off or displace one single worker as a result of privatization. It's not, there's no ambiguity in how the agreement is raised. And we are not proposing doing that. What we are proposing, and what we'll discuss at greater length tomorrow, is finding more effective and strategic ways to engage the private sector in the work that we do. And that has to involve simply asking what interests exist in the private sector and putting ourselves toe-to-toe in looking at that analysis. Because as was indicated, in many cases, there is no doubt that we will come out cheaper and more effective. And we should not be afraid to engage in that level of competition. And finally, I want to talk about the statement that was raised about working together. You know, I'm the same person I was 4 months ago when I worked around the clock to establish this agreement. You know, and I stated during my interview with all of you, and I stated it through my actions, that my behavior and my default is to work in collaboration with people rather than in an adversarial way. And I've been working, and my office has been working as hard as we can to identify solutions that could mitigate layoffs and keep the city government as solvent as possible. In that, it doesn't mean that there are not difficult choices ahead of us. What is very clear is that there isn't one solution. There isn't one silver bullet or one secret pot of money that's sitting out there that we haven't tapped into. The crisis that we're facing today has been going on well before I started working here. Budget after budget after budget, you have struggled to find a way to close a budget in the black. No different than what the state has done, no different than what many cities have done. And virtually in every single way, we've tapped into every pot of money. We squeezed out every single penny out of every possible mechanism that we have. We're not at a point where we're running out of options. And so part of the conversation, as difficult as it's going to be, is about how do we restructure the way we do government. This agreement is a major step in that regard. And if I could do it all over again, I would still recommend moving forward with this agreement, because it provided the blueprint in how we reform ourselves and reduce the size of government. The best, most effective part of this agreement is it did it in a humane way, in a way that provided dignity and respect and honored the years of service that the workers who are now retiring deserve. As was indicated in December, it doesn't mean that it didn't have its trade-offs. Overnight, we're losing the brain trust of the city. And so we knew that walking in, but we balanced that issue with the other value of having our workforce downsize in a way that was the least painful. I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, Miguel, did you factor into the assessment of our financial condition, the sales of the parking, or the lease agreement that we just contemplated?
Tomorrow, when we present the financial status report, we will be recommending that the way of replenishing the reserve fund, which we will have to deplete to be able to get through this fiscal year, is through the sale of the parking garages.
Okay, so you have a figure, you factored that in. So you have a high degree of confidence that we're actually going to do that?
Well, it's subject to the approval of your council, of course.
But you factored it into your projections, right? It's a statement of our financial condition.
No, it's a solution to the depletion of our reserve.
Okay, but you anticipate that would be a way to help it?
It's the only one of the few options we have.
But you believe it's one of the things that we can do next year that we can actually do it? It's not going to just be a lot of talk like it has been for the last several years. We can actually do it.
Correct.
Okay. Did you factor into it how much uncollected debt we are going to get?
No, I have not, and that's...
Now, so does that mean that your confidence level isn't as high as on the sale of the parking lots?
No, it means that that idea was introduced to me a few days ago.
Notwithstanding the fact we've known about the uncollected debt for years, in fact, Ms. Hahn introduced a motion a year and a half ago. So you haven't factored that in. So if you factored it in, what figure would you factor in out of the $200 million in uncollected debt?
And today I directed my staff to do exactly that.
Okay, so then we can assume that it's going to be something more than zero. So the $205 million shortage that you're saying will be reduced tomorrow based on a factor that reduces the amount of, or that increases the amount of uncollected debt that we are able to receive.
Tomorrow we will establish a target that we could utilize.
Well, I hope it's a very optimistic target. Okay, secondly, did you, or thirdly I should say, did you factor into this any stimulus dollars that might save jobs, recognizing that we've collected something like $270 million and have only created 380 jobs, and we have another 230 million coming, and we've only created 380 jobs when New York City has created 27,000 jobs, although they've received $5.5 billion. San Francisco, which is 1/6 the size of the city of Los Angeles, has created 440 jobs. What the heck are we doing with our stimulus money? Did you factor the amount of stimulus dollars that we might get to replenish some of the jobs that you're projecting we lay off?
Yes.
How much did you project?
I don't know that number at the top of my head right now.
Well, is it more than 100?
I have no idea. I wasn't prepared to answer that question.
Why is it that you can hone in on 1,000 or more figure for layoffs, but you can't tell us how many jobs we might target in stimulus money?
I'm not going to answer that.
Good, don't answer because there is no answer. The answer is your focus is in the wrong place, Mr. Santana. I'm asking you to focus on creating jobs. The President has given us an opportunity. Your office is working side by side with the coordinator, and we've only created 380 jobs.
Pathetic.
That's piss poor.
Ms. Hahn. Miss
Herbert, you forget who
Hahn.
I used to work for, so
Thank you.
I have a...
Thank you. So you think there's no merit to the criticism that we heard this morning that the process of ERIP is just too slow?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I think there's always room for improvement. I was trying to place the concerns in a context so that we understand what progress has been achieved.
Right, but I think, it's kind of been all about the sooner we implement these things, the quicker we're going to start saving money, and the quicker we can look at what really is our problem. So we would urge you today to really speed up the ERIP process. I don't know what you're going to have to do, but I think that is clear. They've agreed to it. It was something we all believed in, and I've been hearing that from everyone, that it's just taking too long, and the longer it takes, the more money we're not saving. So that would be the first thing. Also, you heard me shout out that I don't believe that 250 number. I'm looking at the controller's letter, and our controller said there were 600 positions in Airport Harbor, 600 special purpose funded. She talks about 1,200. So maybe you can explain to me the differences of what we're hearing, that there's only 250.
Well, Councilmember, what we did was we asked the departments to identify those positions that were 100% special funded and that could be filled.
Right.
Because LAWA...
Let me ask that. Do we have a stipulation that we cannot backfill? Is that correct for these ERIP positions?
Only the backfill provisions only for new bodies outside of city government.
Okay, so we can backfill Harbor and Airport.
We could transfer internally, but we can't. We're limited to how many people we could hire from the outside.
Okay, all right. So the special funded. Okay, that's the number. If you want to talk about scrubbing numbers, I don't believe that 250.
Well,
I think there's more, and I think you ought to press them on that.
Well, I will.
I think you really ought to press them on that.
However,
I think there are more positions at the harbor, more positions at the airport, more positions in special, more positions in sanitation. Let's get these general managers in the same room with you.
Councilmember...
Gina Marie, how many you got? Geraldine, how many you got? Enrique, how many can you hire? I mean, that's what we want to see happen.
And Councilmember, we have done that. However, these departments are facing their own financial problems.
I hear that, but I don't hear that, because the port is expected a 3 to 4% increase in 2010, we're hearing. Things are beginning to come back. With all due respect, they're not hurting like the city's hurting. They are not in any way in the same boat, so to speak, as we're in. They have revenues that are continually coming in. We want to know what the revenues are at the harbor, and sure, it's worse than it was, but they're not in any way in the same situation we are. So I want us to scrub those numbers.
I encourage you to ask the directors of those departments to come and provide a status report on, we're reporting to you what they've shared with us.
I know. I don't like what they've shared.
And so it may be worthwhile inviting them so they can share with you.
Well, again, they're going to say what I think they can say. I think you want to press them. They're a part of the city family, too, and we're in a tough situation. Nobody wants to lay off 1,000 people. I know I don't. And I want to find a way that we can keep them within the city family and being paid. So let's press them on that, please. I think there's more than they're willing to say.
We'll do that.
And the other thing, I agree with Mr. Alarcon. We need to really be focusing on, again, does your report consider things like, I just read a report that tourism is up in Los Angeles. There's this new report out that more and more people are coming to Los Angeles. We've always been told by LA Inc. 12%, a 4% increase in tourism equals $12 million to our general fund. Is that part of your report? Also, the oil extraction fee that I know that we want to put on the ballot for oil being taken from the city of Los Angeles. Is that part of one of the projections we can look at? As well as, I know we talked about earlier taxing medical marijuana clinics. Both of those, I believe, need a charter change. But could that just be a part of something we're looking at to see as income to the city of Los Angeles that may not be reflected in your report? Thank you, and I'll push my button again. Thank you. Koretz?
From the very beginning, when I first heard about this budget, my thought was, why do we automatically do 1,000 layoffs? As I said yesterday, I think that's a meat-axe approach. And I'm approaching this with my primary goal of not doing any layoffs. Number one, layoffs don't help us in the immediate future for a couple of reasons. One is we wind up having to pay a lot of other benefits that offset those savings. And two, we wind up having people to bump into a lot of positions that they haven't done in years or they're not totally qualified for. I think the disruption is at least, at best, a break even in terms of the city really having savings and its impact on how it's run. Now, what I've been doing since we started talking about this a few days ago is I've just been accumulating all of the good ideas that everyone has suggested, and I think I could put together, it would be very rough, but a budget that actually is balanced without any layoffs, because that's been my goal from the beginning. I think that should be the city's goal, rather than just saying, all right, we decided 1,000 layoffs and 500 more, let's just do it. I think if we do things a lot differently in this city, and in terms of efficiencies especially, we can come up with a lot of these budget shortfall savings, and layoffs should absolutely be the last resort. It has been the last resort. We've been told, well, part of why we're in this situation is we haven't laid off people earlier. Well, I think it's because we haven't thought smart earlier. There are some things that we haven't done ever as a city, and we're looking at it as a one-time correction, but especially collections. Yeah. There's not a thing that we do worse in this city than collections as far as I'm concerned. And that's probably historic for the 30-plus years I've been watching LA City, sometimes from a distance, sometimes closely. We leave tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars on the table every year from bad collections. And when we create a system that really works, we potentially could save $100 million, $200 million in the short term, but we will save tens of millions if we bill better and we collect better on an ongoing basis, and we can capture those savings every single year. So there are a lot of good ideas out there. My audits committee has been talking about this for a long time. There's one fellow, Ron Galperin, who's developed a lot of expertise and is doing some stuff on a couple city committees for free with a focus on collections. I think we can save a lot of money. I think that piece is actually the one hidden gem that we have in here that I think will benefit us for years to come. But I'm going to present my compilation of all the good ideas I've heard. And I think we could potentially get through this budget shortfall while doing things that not everybody will be happy about. I mean, no one will be happy with all of them, but I think we can avoid layoffs, and I think that should be our primary goal. And of all the other negatives of layoffs, it continues the same downward spiral that every time a company, every time a government lays people off, we're in worse and worse shape economically. When we stop doing that and start doing these other things is when we help ourselves to turn it around.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Labange and Mr. Smith's seat.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we all want to prevent layoffs, but there's a reality to it. Obviously, in our lifetime, the world has changed from when Tom Bradley and John Farrar first went to China 30 years ago, and what has happened to China and other countries around the world. Their boats have risen, although there's a worldwide economic crisis. The concept when Ms. Hahn was talking about layoffs, if you go to the other departments, it may be not a lay-up, if you could say that, if that's a proper term. Because aren't there some, and this is to you, Ms. Whalen, aren't there some consequences? If I'm on the bottom end of the list right now and I'm presented with a case that I may have to be displaced, if I go displace to Water and Power or the Harbor, may someone who's higher up the line than me may want that job that I get at Water and Power, if that's possible?
Well, that is an issue.
So it's complicated.
It's very complicated.
It's very complicated, so this is not an easy science. But I think it's important that we look at that to be fair to everybody on that situation. I once was at Water and Power. I came here. There is a difference in how that goes for that employee. I also wanted to say some of the issues to our CAO and looking at a variety of things that we can try to do this. In Mr. Bradley's office, he had many departments that are now departments were offices. I do believe in human relations, but could the Office of Human Relations be that in the mayor's office, which is a citywide office, as opposed to eliminate it? I wouldn't want to eliminate it. And if we do eliminate it, could we have a healthy conversation, which I don't want to eliminate, with the County of Los Angeles, which has a county human relations? But I think it's important that the second largest city in the country have its own. And I could have it much survive in the mayor's office as an office as opposed to a department in whatever shape and ways that is. I think it's really important to look at Mr. Alarcon, what he said. Our challenge is, in one particular issue, there's $1 billion worth of public works from both the DWP, Public Works, Recreation and Parks, etc., between the Whitnall Highway, which is in North Hollywood, all the way to Silver Lake, $1 billion. And add that up around the city, I'm sure there's tens of billions of dollars if we do it right, but we don't have we're going to eliminate teams that work stops. You know, I think there has to be some discussion, and I appreciate all the representatives of laborers are here to have discussions on how we could keep positions, but also keep the projects moving in this sense here. Someone this weekend came up to me and said they had a pay decrease. They had a choice. Either get laid off or decrease pay 3 times in 15 months. And it's not just a crisis for us, it's a crisis for around the Southern California community. There's a number of issues that I know we'll have a hearty discussion tomorrow as far as looking at things that are important to reorganize on the Public Works Department. I think that's real important to reorganize things that we could look at to serve the people, but yet make sure that its function is as efficient as possible. So I just wanted to thank you. And we have ambitious projects which are going to come to a halt that we're related to, and we have to figure out how we can continue those in this crisis of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues, for a very good discussion. As a side note, for Mr. Alarcon, we've tried to build a website to help folks know as transparently as possible both how many jobs we're applying for and how many the grant receipts are worth. There was a 230 thing from September that you might have been referring to, but there's, in terms of January, I think there's 19,230 jobs worth of grants applied for, 8,118 jobs worth of grants have been awarded. Now, that doesn't mean there's 8,000 jobs on the street yet, but I don't think it's a 231. That was from September. But I have, in the committee, been also 238.
338.
Okay, yeah, that might be from some September. I remember there was a September early one. Okay, so up there at recovery.lacity.org gives you an idea. And also, I think we can pull out of there, and maybe the CAO can do this along the lines of what you're saying, which ones are for actual city employees. There's 50 cops here, for instance, that are talked about. There's 40 at the Los Angeles World Airports, at the Port of Los Angeles. There's 96. There's some jobs that have both been retained and expanded there, as well as private sector jobs as a part of it. But that's just as an aside at recovery.lacity.org. So to get back to the original questions, our CAO, what did we expect the savings to be from ERIP this year?
$47.2 million.
And that built in an estimation that it would take 4 months?
That is correct.
Starting when it started?
Starting when the filing period was ended.
So is it accurate to say today, because I think a lot of good union members have come, and it doesn't matter if we're on target, the point is can we go beyond? Are we living up to the agreement? Are we surpassing it by a little? Are we a little bit ahead in terms of those savings? If like you said, we're going to get it done in 3 months, not 4?
Well, we're going to generate all the savings that we planned for in the agreement and that we budgeted for in the last FSR.
Okay, because the controllers brought this up. I know the unions have brought this up before. Have we created a new deficit by the pace of the ERIPs?
Not to the general fund, no.
Okay. That doesn't mean we can't reduce some of the new deficit by being even more aggressive. So I want to be really clear on that, because I think some people out there and workers that I've talked to, because I've wanted to know those answers and to get back to them, have said, you guys have gone so slow, that's where the deficit comes from. The new deficit, the $200 million, is separate from that. We've actually gone a little faster than what we all agreed to do, but I don't want us to rest on those laurels, but I also don't want it to be misrepresented. In terms of the transfer job opportunities, what can we be setting? Is it realistic, Maggie, for us to set some goals to track our progress for the next 3 months?
I think, I'm not sure that I totally understand the question. I think that what we're saying is that we believe of those positions that are vacant, that we should be able to have those positions filled by the end of February.
Okay.
So if that would be our goal.
So we'll get up to our goal of 1,000? Or we're thinking that it's actually lower than that? Because I know it was also said that in the FSR there's 1,069 or something. That was initially, but then you looked at those to see if they actually are there?
Yeah, they're not all budgeted.
And would you represent to us that there aren't 1,069?
That is correct. The budgeted figure is the one that Maggie's citing.
Okay. We can talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. In terms of the uncollected debt, I appreciate what Mr. Koretz mentioned. We do have a commission actually that's being set up on a motion that I put forward to do that, and I think Mr. Koretz is right. One of his former opponents who then endorsed him very wisely for council, Ron Galperin, is extremely focused on this. He's volunteering his time as well as having kind of that collection sheriff thing moving forward. So for those who might be tuning in today saying, oh my God, for the first time people are focusing on debt and getting those unpaid debts, we've actually tried to put the mechanics, not just the rhetoric, but the mechanics of getting that debt in motion right now, and I think we'll talk more about that tomorrow. I think we all agree that it's appalling that it hasn't happened. We should also be realistic that 100% of debt never gets collected by anything, whether it's a university, whether it's a company, or whether it's a public entity, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have more teeth. We talked with the city attorney about misdemeanor, or if we can do any other civil actions, legal actions against folks that owe us money much more aggressively. I think we should incentivize the city attorney by as we would with a private lawyer, as we do with our private folks, if they're upset about 100 layoffs, potentially, we should say, you get a piece of everything that you can earn at a reasonable rate to help them retain their workforce in the city attorney's office and to incentivize even more aggressive work on those debts. Those are the sorts of things we're trying to look at, to be really creative, to save jobs and to make sure we get those revenues, and to send a message that people can't default on debts to the city of Los Angeles, that there will be consequences with that. So with that, I want to thank you for the information on this. I think I know there's 16A from Mr. Huizar, which I appreciate, and continues that the intent of 16 and expands it to some other areas, and thank you, Mr. Huizar, for that. We need to have that, and I think what I would propose is, as we do this on a weekly basis, I would ask that the personnel liaisons and the CAO report to us each week on these Tuesday meetings with a dashboard of how many people went through this week. So we're not even trying to look at this every month, but that our workers, the public, and everybody can know on a weekly basis how many more people went out the door, what other resources do you need, if any, to accelerate that, because we'll get those to you, and, like Ms. Hahn asked, how many positions really are there that we're continuing to target, because I think that's critical for our savings too. Thank you.
Madam President, Mr. Garcetti, 16A was actually withdrawn.
Mr. Alarcon.
I'm going to harp on this until we get it right. We have not done a good job with the Recovery Act money from President Obama. The numbers I quoted are from January 29th, the CAO's report, 338 full-time equivalent jobs, 869 temporary summer jobs. What I was talking about was focus. How many people do you have assigned to ERA?
Two or three, I believe.
Okay, how many people do you have assigned to this layoff proposal?
My whole office is assigned to the budget.
Okay, I think that tells you about focus. The president is offering billions of dollars to the United States of America. New York has accumulated $5.5 billion to date. San Francisco, which is 1/6 the size of Los Angeles, has received $338 million, and we've only received $550 million. We should have received at least 6 times more than San Francisco. They created, with 60% of the money, they created 25% more jobs. What is going on? Why don't you have 5 people assigned over there to get more money to save more jobs in the city instead of quickly cutting the jobs? If we just did 5% of what New York did, that would be more than 1,000 jobs. 5% of what New York did would mean we wouldn't be talking about 1,000 layoffs. So, that's what I'm talking about. And in terms of uncollected debt, come on. Once you collect the debt, it keeps coming. They keep paying. You get them back on the charts. They start paying, so it affects the second year as well. I'm not stupid. Come on. Let's do the math right. If we collect 25%, 25 cents on the dollar, we save 250 city employees. Let's do the math. You want to do the math? Let's do the math. But I'm talking about focus and commitment and compassion and heart. I don't get the sense that when somebody proposes 1,000 layoffs or more without scrambling for every dime we can get out of stimulus money, without fighting to get the revenue from those deadbeats that aren't paying their debt to the city of Los Angeles, when we're not focused there, but we can quickly jump to the conclusion we got to lay off 1,000 families, that is a city without heart. And I don't want to be a part of that. And that's why every time this issue comes up, I'm going to keep pounding on it until you get it right. I think, number one, we should be having a conversation with Barbara Boxer and Dianne Feinstein. We should be having a conversation with the President's administration. We should be having a conversation with our congressional delegation to ask them, how do we get more stimulus dollars? We should be telling our general managers to focus on job creation, not equipment accumulation, which is what they've been doing with their recovery dollars. It's about creating jobs, not about creating a new technology. So let's get it right, folks. It's not that I never have laid off workers before. I have. I told you before, I've done it before you did it last year. I did it long before that. But not before we turned over every rock. Even I said that Fred Keeley, I disagreed with him on DWP, but we worked just as hard to get federal money to this city to create jobs. You got to work at both ends, and not just one. It's not all doomsday, folks, unless you don't look at the bright side and try to create the jobs. Why else would the president create stimulus money if not to create jobs in Los Angeles? You cannot ignore Los Angeles in the United States of America. We are a significant part of this economy. So I implore you, put the same kind of focus, put the same kind of resources behind creating jobs that you seem to be putting behind eliminating jobs.
All right, Mr. Clerk, there are no further speakers in the queue. What is the matter before us?
Madam President, again, this was a direction for a status report on the implementation of the Coalition of Los Angeles City Unions concessions.
Okay, I couldn't hear
Council can note and file a presentation.
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear the first part of what you said.
This was a status report by the CAO and the Personnel Department on the implementation of Coalition of Los Angeles City Unions concessions. It's a status report.
All right, thank you. So no action is necessary.
Council may note and file the presentation.
All right, why don't we open the roll and note and file this? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item.
Item 18, called special for cards, and by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti, would you like to speak first, or would you like to have the public speakers go first? Mr. Zuma Dog is the only speaker on item 18. Is Mr. Dog here? All right, he's no longer present in the chamber. Mr. Garcetti.
Positions, we kind of took these up together, so unless there's further questions, my questions have been answered on this. Thank you.
Very much. Please open the roll on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those motions are posted and referred.
Desk is clear.
All right, members, are there any announcements? Any announcements by members? All right, would you all please rise for adjourning motions? Mr. Reyes.
Yes, Plum will start in about 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Garcetti?
If all members could stay around here as soon as the meeting's over. We're going to take pictures.
Mr. Cardenas.
Just real quick.
Mr. Cardenas.
The IT committee will commence 10 minutes after the adjournment of council.
Thank you. Any, Mr. Koretz?
Audits and government efficiency will convene 15 minutes after adjournment of council.
All right, I understand that there is a special motion pending, and the city attorney hasn't read it yet, so we're going into adjourning motions, and I'm going to move ahead unless it gets circulated. Any adjourning motions, members? Mr. Koretz?
Yes, I asked the City Council to adjourn in memory of Zelda Rubinstein. The world knew her mostly because of her memorable roles in TV shows and movies, but some of us were privileged to know her because of her activism. Her most famous film role, and I'm not even sure if I can pronounce this character, but I remember it, was Tangina, a psychic asked to rid a suburban home of demonic forces in the 1982 classic horror film Poltergeist. Movies have a tendency to make people seem larger than life, and that certainly could be said of Zelda, although because she was 4'3", she loomed large in the imagination of countless moviegoers and also had a heart the size of a mountain, judging from her compassionate and steadfast activism to raise awareness about AIDS. She was also a devoted advocate for the causes of little people everywhere. Let's see. She was looking for a way to get involved in the fight against AIDS when she was approached to play the mother in the campaign called LA Cares, which stood for LA Cooperative AIDS Risk Reduction Education Service, which was launched in early 1985 in what is now the LA Gay and Lesbian Center. This was the first AIDS education and prevention campaign in Los Angeles, one of the first in the United States, and she was one of the first Hollywood celebrities to speak out on HIV and AIDS. In these TV TV spots, she played the mother pleading with an unseen son to, quote, play safely. In videos to be shown in gay bars, the sons appeared as bare-chested young men. Zelda's character also appeared in newspaper ads and on buses and billboards. The ads closed with a catchphrase, LA cares like a mother. Calls to the organization's hotline skyrocketed because of the campaign. She formed the nonprofit Michael Dunn Memorial Repertory Company in Los Angeles. She led an amazing, productive, and socially conscious life despite battling with ongoing health problems herself. She is treasured by friends and the countless people who appreciated her creative artistry and her compassionate leadership on social and humanitarian issues. She is survived by her daughter, Nan Lutz, 5 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren, and she'll be sorely missed by her friends and relatives and the many people she affected.
Ms. Hahn?
I want us to adjourn today in the memory of Devin Taylor Hamilton, who passed away January 26 after a tough battle with cancer. She was only 9 years old. She was born in San Pedro. She was a student at Crestwood Elementary School. Her joys in life were praise dancing, reading, and spending time with family and friends. She was survived by her parents, Devon and Lori, sisters Jordan and Ryan, and grandparents Pamela Cooksey, James Hamilton, Felton Walker, and Mary Lou and Michael Martinez. Her funeral service will be held on Thursday, this Thursday, February 4th, 10 a.m. at Mount Sinai Baptist Church in San Pedro, and visitation will be Wednesday night, 3 to 8 at McNerdy's Mortuary. Our deepest prayers and sympathies goes to her, I'm sure, very grieving family.
Members, any other adjourning motions? Before we adjourn, City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll recite the facts as presented to me by the maker of the motion for the Council's consideration and adequacy of the findings. Since the posting of today's agenda, the state has informed the Department of Recreation and Parks that a resolution is required for a State of California Habitat Conservation Fund program grant regarding the Palos Verdes Land Conservancy. Immediate action is required because the deadline date is February 4th for submission of the resolution and the grant. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 5494.2 before considering the substantive motion.
All right, let's open the roll on the findings. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
The matter is now before us. Is there any need for, no one's in the queue? So go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
The matter is approved. Forthwith on that item, please. We are now going to adjourn, I believe. Is there, do you want us to remain in the middle of, yeah, all right, for a photo. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Very good. The meeting is adjourned, and if we can meet in the middle of the horseshoe.